guess we'll just go ahead and get started here. Finals start around 2:10 Eastern Standard Time, so we will just hop right into the. I'll try to keep an eye on those audio things and make sure that it's staying relatively balanced. There it is. Okay, so without further ado, let us go to our first. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I can do that better. Let us go to our first group that we're going to be casting today, which is going to be Group 24. Not all replays are in yet. Well, we'll get there. Let's see, does this work? So not all replays are in yet, so we will not be casting all of these games. But we will be going back, and if any get uploaded and submitted between now and whenever I do another cast, we'll be sure to go back and pick them up. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow, who knows? None can say, but we will be casting a majority of these games today. Very fun group of players. I don't really have much else to add to this, so we're going to go ahead and hop right into it. Our first game... Oh, God, I didn't put the players' names before I started the map. So, you know, the first game is going to be a mystery to our viewers as much as it is to me. We're going to go ahead, get that started, and then try to see if we can do a fun transition. I think it worked. Excellent. Everything is working just as planned. In the top right of Radian, we have CPL Lyoko, Lyoko, Ly0KO. Lots of ways you can take that. As the teal Protoss, which is the best color of Protoss, so you know they're a good player. And the bottom left, we have the casting juggernaut. It is Airn, which is also how I think you say that name. I could be getting it horribly wrong for both of our players, but we're going to be enjoying some cross-map PvZ. Airn sending their Overlord up top, Lyoko getting that pylon and then scouting off of it. A very common way to scout, to make sure that you can see what your opponent is doing and respond appropriately. But other than that, both players are doing pretty normal stuff. Lyoko is going to probably second scout Airn, unless of course they decide to do a cross spawn scout, which happens occasionally. I don't know why, I'm bad at this game, but we sometimes do that. But no, that is not what's going to happen. Airn, meanwhile, is not going to have a great idea of where his opponent is going to be, instead sending a drone down, ready to start the third, making sure there is no proxy pylon. Of course, if there was one hidden right there, I don't think there can be, as it's probably impassable. But just double checking, making sure they're not getting cannon rushed before throwing down their hatch first. So no spawning pool, or at least spawning pool is, you know, after hatchery. First to say first, yep. Welcome staged. Do you have any idea how hard it is to follow up last night's cast? That was extremely hype, but I'm gonna do my best here. It was genuinely probably an amazing first cast to set the stage of the CPL, and so I needed to get a cast in to make sure the expectations were set appropriately for, you know, we couldn't have everybody expecting staged level casting out the gate. Meanwhile, we do have Lyoko is getting basically standard stuff. Nexus about halfway done. Gateway on the way. Thank you for the vote of for the vote of confidence. Airn, meanwhile, going ahead and just getting that third hatch. Looks like they aren't going for too many Zerglings. They're going to just rely on hoping that their opponent is going to be playing safer rather than greedy, which isn't really what's happening. So Lyoko so Lyoko and Airn are just going to kind of get into a macro arms race here, as both of them go for these closer to macro builds. Neither of them are playing particularly aggressive or particularly defensively. However, we do have a pair of Zerglings coming out. They're just probably going to sit out here, make sure Lyoko doesn't do anything crazy. Keeps the game honest. Lyoko, meanwhile, getting their cybernetics core up in their main, progressing their tech extremely smoothly as both players are transitioning into their early mid-game directions. Our first kind of inflection point is going to see which tech path Airn takes. I think the lair should be starting here pretty soon, but Airn is droning up extremely heavily. So I'm curious if this is going to just be a massive Ling flood. Nope, there's the lair, so maybe it's going to be closer to a Hydra bust. Lyoko, in the meantime, again, playing very standard. Stargate coming up. Those early Corsairs, if it's not Spire, those Corsairs will at least be able to get the scout off and harass the Overlords to make sure Airn can't build up a massive force and just topple his natural. It is going to be Hydralisks from Airn as that den starts and begins forming this front wall that'll prevent the Protoss from just coming in and killing all the drones as soon as there exists more than 3 zealots. But yeah, Corsair on the way, +1 on the way. Both players executing very well these standard builds that they've chosen for this matchup. First Corsair is out, and this is going to be Lyoko's kind of first big deep dive into the Zerg's base. They did manage to keep the probe alive, and it's been sitting here. It's been stealth. It's been enveloping itself in the environment. There's no difference between this probe and a critter doodad. Airn won't even notice it. It will live forever, probably. That is how good and stealthed up that probe is. The Corsair agrees. It comes in, gets a scout on the base. It sees the Spire, but the Spire is nowhere near being done. The Hydralisk Den, however, is on the way. And by on the way, I mean it is finished, and the Hydras are on the way. Corsair is going to go looking for a few stray Overlords. We'll catch this one. So Airn may have a brief moment of supply block, but those 5 Overlords in production seem to say otherwise. The second Corsair on the way out. High Templar Archives about halfway done here, as Lyoko is now understanding that they are going to need Storm to not die to 12 Hydralisks coming up and killing them. So again, both players playing extremely standard. This is what you kind of expect from a PVZ. This is a great sort of this is like a PVZ's PVZ. This is the type of PVZ that you use to explain to people what they should be doing in PVZ, which is the Zerg. You're gonna just make Hydras. You're gonna try to bust the natural. If you're Protoss, you're gonna try to secure, get Corsairs, scout, and buy time for those High Templar to have enough Storm to be able to contend with the Hydralisks. Meanwhile, these Zealots have just decided that they are on the warpath going after that third. They are going to get intercepted by these Hydralisks, and you do not understand how bad slow Zealots can be against Hydralisks until you've seen 2 players microing them, and that is why Lyoko is just going to turn back. Actually, there are no more slow Zealots. They are now fast Zealots. They've been upgraded. They've gotten the robot legs fully put in place. And yeah. Meanwhile, Airn did manage to at least scare the Zealots back into the natural. If those Zealots had overcommitted, there was a real chance that the Hydralisks could just counterattack and completely wipe this thing. But Lyoko is looking like pretty solid defensively, adding on the extra cannons, having the High Templar out already, adding on, even more extra High Templar. This is going to be extremely difficult for Airn to try to bust, and with the worker differential being at 20, it's very likely that Airn might need to bust in order to stay in the game. They might need to do something crazy. Getting the lurker aspect and setting up a contain, having a lurker contain, is one of those ways that you can overcome the sort of macro deficiency, as you can have free range to build up 20 drones and not really feel it. Zealots are going to come out and start trying to poke at these Hydralisks. A lot of Hydralisks in the back not really engaging. They're finally moving forward. The High Templar is saying, I don't want to be here anymore. Get us out of here, as he comes out and shocks those Hydralisks into dying. This is an electrotherapy that they does not want to have, and so Airn is going to try to micro out of there, but the Hydralisk count has gotten essentially decimated. If decimation was killing 90% of something instead of 10%. Extra Hydralisks are coming in, but I'm going to be at 6 Hydralisks versus, well, to be fair, there's only 1 Zealot left, and if 6 Hydras, unless there are good storms, they will kill 5 High Templar, who unfortunately cannot attack. But now the lurkers are out, and this is the problem, is that in order to bust these lurkers, Lyoko is going to need an extremely conscious, he's going to need to have on-point storms. So in the lurkers, you can see they're spreading out just far enough so that a single storm is not going to be able to deal massive damage to any single lurker. It's going to so Lyoko's going to have to wait for that robo facility and observatory to come out before they can actually get out of this base. So this is the moment that Airn, they have full reign over the map. Lyoko doesn't really have any choice but to wait for observatory and observers. And so behind this, we can see Airn's getting their 4th up. They're droning a little bit. And you see Lyoko's kind of stopped at 56 probes, which is about where you want to be at. But again, if Airn manages to keep this contain up, if Lyoko doesn't push out cleanly, Airn can very quickly catch up in drones, and eventually they'll be able to catch up in supply and Hydras and make the game a bit more difficult. Now that photon cannons are deciding that Dragoon movement is more important than 150 minerals, and the Hydra's got kind of aggroed on that High Templar, and is going to try to push forward. Overlord's spotting for these Hydras who will die to that storm. Again, Lyoko's playing very patiently. They're not running the Zealots out. They're not running the Dragoons out. They're playing from a place of comfort because they have a pretty great economy. Their tech is all on time, and yeah, I mean, that earlier engagement tells them that, they killed a lot of Hydralisks, so there's only so much that Airn can do. And seeing that all these Hydras and extra lurkers, Airn is committing to this contain, and relying on it to not get broken. And Airn needs this contain to not get broken. It's mostly just because it's buying Airn the time to catch back up with the economy. You can see both players. There's only a 16 worker differential, which was about 20 to 30 earlier. But Airn needs that time to start getting upgrades, start getting extra lurkers, start maybe getting an extra base or two. And Lyoko is just kind of very slowly working their way out. But again, there's a difference between playing patient and playing scared. But it looks like Lyoko's decided that there's no more time for patience, no more time for being afraid of the lurker splash damage. Storm on the lurker eggs. Unfortunately, did not get a single one. There were so many that were about a tick or two away from dying. But again, lurkers versus Dragoons, actually not great for lurkers. Dragoons are an answer to this. And without the Hydras to pick off the observers, the Dragoons will have free range, and now Lyoko's on the map and has basically can do whatever they want as they begin pushing across. Hydra rallied up into the Dragoon army, and now some of these bases aren't looking as secure as they might have a couple minutes earlier. Queen's Nest on the way as Airn is transitioning into Hive Tech, and Airn is setting up the defenses at their base, adding on the extra lurkers at the high ground here, making sure that their main, their other main, it's all hopefully not going to get run over and killed, as Lyoko is going to start setting up their third base. Again, this is go back earlier. This is kind of your this is your Protoss v Zerg's Protoss v Zerg, where you know, the Zerg tries to do a contain, the Protoss breaks out, and now we're kind of officially in that late game where Zerg is going to need some extra tech. It's very scary. Look at that. This is a box art shot. Well, it was a box art shot. But yeah, the Protoss army is going to look very scary. They're going to try to either pick off a base or go for a kill shot. Either way, Lyoko's win condition at this point is just making sure Airn stays on the bases that Airn has. And I mean, it's going to be hard to imagine that is not the case. That won't be the case. And it looks like Lyoko is checking for the third over here, doesn't see it. That Zergling wanted to join the call so badly, but was rudely denied. And so Lyoko is going to take a shot at the natural here. I'm gonna be honest, that is a lot of Protoss coming in at this natural. It doesn't matter how good that choke is. These High Templar are gonna come up. This guy's not gonna storm, but he's gonna do his best. He's gonna come up. Maybe he's gonna fist fight a Hydralisk. But yeah, the Sunken goes down. The Zealots still aren't dead, which means that this sort of core Dragoon group doesn't really have any unit that can fight it. There is a reinforcing force of Hydralisks coming up that are going to try to take the Dragoons from the back, but Airn is going to GG there as Lyoko gets up into his main, and that is going to be our first match of Group 24. Airn versus Lyoko. Lyoko takes it by just playing clean, playing standard, and we're going to, hold on, how does this work? We're going to play our little screen transition, ignore the Season 9 as we update our scoreboard. This was Airn versus Lyoko, who's going to take it 1-0. Let's see if this works. We have .txt technology now in Season 12 of CPL. As I'll go ahead and set up our next game. Let's see. It was Airn versus Lyoko. Our next game is going to be another Lyoko game. It's going to be it was going to be a PvP. It's going to be a PvT of Lyoko versus Geforce Tesla. Very interesting. I think G4 played Protoss in earlier seasons, or my information is extremely out of date, so it's going to be cool to see them trying out Terran. Of course, the map is still going to be Radeon, and we'll just hop right into it. We have a lot of games to get through today, and I want to watch them all. I should probably switch over to the game, see if that works. It does. Go ahead and close out some of these menus so we can get a better view of the action. In the bottom right corner, as the teal Protoss, we have CPL Lyoko, and in the bottom left, as the yellow Terran. Did I say yellow Protoss? I don't know, but in the bottom left, there's the yellow Terran, Geforce, or otherwise known as Geforce Tesla. Okay. Let's go back as we are going to see what either player is getting up to. pylon in the main. Nothing crazy so far. We'll probably see a similar supply depot set up in the bottom left, as neither player is going to go for the insane proxy or something. Let's see. Gateway coming up. So at this point, we can kind of rule out that there's going to be any sort of cheesy build or anything, too crazy. Now we're going to see what the flavor of relatively standard type thing either of our players are going to go for. Lyoko, both players mining, getting their workers. Alright. Refinery out from Geforce Tesla as the assimilator from Lyoko is about halfway. Question, is this going to be a second gateway? It's going to be a cybernetics core, but Lyoko doing a good job of making sure their probes are in position, not wasting any time getting those buildings up, and as the cybernetics core goes down, our brave scouting probe moves out, ready to face the world. And it looks like this probe and this SCV on the mini-map are going to meet, say hi, high five. That's what that little maneuver is, in case you don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have the technology to zoom in far enough to see that, but it does happen every time. The probe and the SCV are both going to get first scouts on their opponents. The probe is going to come in, see a barracks, making a marine, making a second marine even, as Geforce is going to be working towards getting that factory. Meanwhile, the SCV is going to see that there is in fact a cybernetics core, and it is in fact spinning now. This is going to be Geforce's sign that they don't have to worry as much about a Dark Templar randomly appearing in their mineral line. That's the primary purpose of this SCV, is to see if the intelligent Protoss architects and technologists are having a rave or not. And they are, which means the Dragoons are soon going to be able to fire a little bit farther. Don't ask me how that works. It's an important part of the scientific process. As the Dragoon chases the SCV across the map, well, not really. Kind of just looks like that. But the Dragoon is going to go over here, and the important thing now is Lyoko is going to see that there is not going to be an expansion. There is no command center. There is no bunker. The Marines are instead just going to try and hold the ramp, or I'm lying. My voice is low. Okay. Time to fix that. Well, I can lower my desktop audio to resolve this. Actually, wait a minute. Can I increase the volume of my microphone? Let me just raise that just a tad, and hopefully that is not picking up the fan that is running or anything else in this room. Just let me know if it is better. Also, I announce it. Thank you, Escalade, for the announcement. It is very appreciated. If anything is wrong with the stream, let me know. I will fix it on the fly. As this poor vulture. No, this very lucky vulture. Idea Mix is voices safely clamped in the yellow with a touch of red, and the game audio barely taps the yellow. Okay, idea. That is, I'm going to increase my microphone volume. And we are going to see, I'm going to keep saying a long, continuous sentence as hold on, you're supposed to go up. As I'm going to keep talking and see if we get spike. That's probably okay right there. Yeah, we'll leave it there for a second, and we'll kind of pump the desktop audio. I'm just scared that if you touch too much, you're saying, yeah, listen, it does that. My computer has not exploded in a while, so it's, listen, I'm not gonna say it fixed itself, but, Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe this will break it. Also, we have not lost power except for a couple of times this year. We've only had to replace our router like twice, okay? So listen, things are going pretty well in terms of our of technology lasting. The vultures. Speaking of technology lasting, that vulture bike is extremely durable, and is gonna just stay out on the map as the spider mines are going to finish. We're gonna see mines laid all across the map, so that if Lyoko wants to expand anywhere, they're going to need an observer to do it. Escalade, I have not cast one of your games yet. Our first game, the only game, this is our second game of the day. Our first game was Airn versus Lyoko, and Lyoko took it pretty well. Both players played very well, very standard. So Escalade, you will be coming up here very soon. Meanwhile, Geforce, while Escalade is waiting for the build time on their replays, Geforce is waiting for the build time on their second factory. Yeah. Being very active out on the map with the vultures, laying spider mines everywhere, giving them vision and making it very hard for Lyoko to move out. Okay, I thought Geforce was a Protoss. I wasn't sure if I had just have a failing memory or if there was a race switch or, trying something out. And, I mean, they're doing pretty well. This is all kind of standard stuff you expect from Terran, so it does not necessarily appear like they are off racing. Meanwhile, Lyoko is going to begin playing Minesweeper with these Dragoons and Observer, as it's going to kind of... Their goal is going to be roaming around the map, picking off spider mines, and hopefully maybe getting some vultures in the process, just so that the map is opened up, so that by the time Geforce Tesla begins moving across the map, Lyoko has full reign to kind of play keep away with their army. Going up to 4-5 factories here, all being seen by Lyoko's expertly placed observer. Well, there are missile turrets in the main, but these are more like anti-DT missile turrets, anti-Reaver missile turrets, They're not going to really do much from an observer, which came in from this angle, and is just going to sit on top of the factories. Okay, yeah, no, that's gonna make for a second I thought that factory was gonna start flying over to Lyoko's base, but Lyoko is not going to have to worry about that. They are going to have to worry about their gateway count, because as Geforce is adding on all these extra factories, Lyoko is gonna need double that many gateways in order to keep up with the army build. They are going to be going into Arbiter Tech. And so Lyoko is preparing for that late game play. They are ready to hunker down and turn this into a complete drag out. But both players basically on parity right now. Geforce as the Terran wants to base, they're comfortable. Terran is comfortable being under a base against Protoss and being 20-ish to 30-ish supply below Protoss. The efficiency of the Terran army basically lets them kind of it's not like get away with it, but it makes what we're really looking for is if Lyoko ever gets 2 bases up on Terran, or if Terran ever gets on to base parity, then that's going to be our indicators of if which player is in the lead. Lyoko also, we highlight this every time because it's an important thing for every Protoss player to know, is that Lyoko's going Arbiters, and when you go Arbiters, you always research Stasis first. You don't ever want to so we applaud Lyoko for passing this knowledge check. They get a 100 on the test, an A+ grade, because even if you're only getting Arbiters to recall into a Terran's base, by the time you have an Arbiter, you have recall, and the Arbiter has enough energy, you will have enough time to research Stasis and recall. But if you get recall first, your Arbiter won't have Stasis, when it has the energy for stasis. But it also, but if you do stasis then recall, your Arbiter will be able to recall by the time recall is finished. It just is one of those things where you're kind of locking off your ability to stasis your opponent just in case it comes up. And StarCraft is a game about options. You never want to limit your options. Meanwhile, speaking about limiting options, Geforce running across the map and is going to start sieging this third base, forcing Lyoko into an engagement. Lyoko's entire army is going to come to the side here, but the Vultures are completely out of position. The Vultures want to be between the army, the Zealots, and the tanks, and as the Zealots dive on top of the tanks, they're going to tear through them like butter. And when the tanks go down, the army goes down, the Vultures are going to have to run, and Geforce is going to have to replace this entire
I've been sent
army.
by the Conclave to serve and counsel you.
Follow Strawberry Lele. Awesome games yesterday, by the way. Very much excited, looking forward to seeing more of what you're doing in the future. A future in which Geforce Tesla is going to need a lot more tanks. Right now, they are slightly, they have a random couple Goliaths to play Arbiter duty, but here's that thing we were talking about where, oh no, the Spider Mine just slightly out of position from blocking this Nexus, but it does give Geforce Tesla the vision to send those Vultures up there. And the Vultures should be able to clear this out. The army might be able to save it. Vultures do take actually forever to kill a base. But if they're able to deny this base while Geforce Tesla is getting their third, that's one of those indicators I was talking about earlier, where Geforce Tesla economically is going to be able to field a much more impressive army than Lyoko over time. But we're getting up to a point where it's an 80 supply differential, and what we're talking about is something that is, assuming the game goes on, but that might be an incorrect assumption as Lyoko is bringing the full force of their army to come in. There are only 4 siege tanks, 3 siege tanks, 2 siege tanks, 1 siege tank remaining to blunt this Protoss force. Oh, there's more back here, but that's less dramatic. As Lyoko is going to come in, if they don't break this, they can certainly deny this third, but I'm going to be honest, Speed Zealots running on top of a siege tank is going to kill it. More Zealots on the way. All they have to do is run up that ramp, and all of a sudden Geforce's protective army is not looking very protective. By the way, why are you casting this group? Because as me and Airn, because the length of the replays fit your schedule. Escalade, I picked games at random, but also kind of that. It's one of those things where when you cast, it's weird to cast your own games. So I kind of, it's the thing where it's like as a caster, I try to like I feel like it's good to keep an eye out for other casters, just so it's like you want to make sure, if all the other games are getting casted, it's one of those things you want to fill in the blanks. But also, it worked out because you guys had most of your games in, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't, casting groups too prematurely. Oh my god. You're gonna have to stop. This is too. There's a game going on, Escalade. You can't be chatting like that. It feels great to be back casting. Been very busy with life recently, and so trying to make it a point to find the time to find places where I can do a cast here. And so I'm very excited to be. That's kind of a goal for this season, is to cast more, since I didn't cast too much in CPL 11. And speaking of goals, Lyoko is now 2-0 in this group with a goal of making it 4-0, and we are going to go and set up our next game. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta do my thing. I'm a professional. I need to also keep. There we go. Now we can go set up our next game. Oh shit! No, I have to change the score. Okay, hold on. This was Geforce Tesla versus Lyoko. Lyoko is now 2-0 in the group. And we do actually have all of Lyoko's games for today. So, let's follow this and see if Lyoko is able to 4-0 the group. We are going to then move into Lyoko versus... No, wait. My gosh. This is going to be an intense match. I don't want to spoil this here. Actually, I don't know if the names will come up in the game, but we will see. We're going to move into our next match, which is going to be Lyoko versus... Hold on. Fuck. Okay. Transition. Wait, no, I need to start... Okay. You saw nothing. We are starting the game. Workers are mining. It's very cool. We transitioned cleanly into the replay. But yes, Lyoko was able to take Airn out in their group, but is Lyoko going to be able to take out the Airn Destroyer? Now here's the thing. It's like a rock, paper, scissors, right? We know Lyoko beats Airn, and we know the Airn Destroyer beats Airn. But does the Airn Destroyer also beat Lyoko, or is there a hierarchy of who wins, you know, who does what? I don't know. I'm blanking here. Airn Destroyer talking about losing the main hatch. Nothing either player here will be able to understand, because in the top left, Airn Destroyer is coming from the perspective of a pink Protoss, and in the bottom right, our teal Protoss Lyoko coming in for the 3-peat back-to-back. Also... Yeah, yeah. Air Destroyer is Escalade. I probably shouldn't do that bit without making it clear that we know who Air Destroyer is, that it is Escalade. I just also realized, because Escalade, like, you're in the replay, and I said, this is hilarious, and now I'm realizing casting it that no one else would have seen the replay name. What the fuck's happening here? We have gateways. Excellent. But we only have gateways. There's no 2 gates yet. There's a assimilator there. We're gonna see an assimilator here. Never mind. We have double gateways. We are on 10-12 gates, as Airn Destroyer has realized that the key, Escalade has realized the key to playing Protoss is to just go kill him. More gateway, the better. So interestingly, this is cross spawn, which is perhaps the worst possible time you could ever go double gateway zealot attacking. But if Lyoko is not prepared, they are adding their second pylon, and they might not be. The cybernetics core is you usually get that before the second pylon, which means that, you know, Lyoko is prioritizing getting their probes up, getting their zealots out, and so if, you know, Escalade comes in with, you know, 5 zealots, that sort of choice of macro over tech might bite them. Protosses don't have asses, do they? I don't think they do. It's going to bite them somewhere, but let's not think about it too hard. Meanwhile, Lyoko is... did Lyoko get the scout? A better observer and caster would have caught that. They photosynthesized a no ass. That is true. No orifices whatsoever. I think that's what the lore is. Lyoko, meanwhile, seems to be pretty aware of what's coming, has 2 zealots set up on the ramp as they're going to start producing the Dragoons, get Dragoon range. They're going to need maybe a shield battery as well on this ramp here, but they are adding a probe to fulfill the wall. But as this first zealot comes out, he's going to see the massive wall of other zealots, and is going to come back, tell his friends, and say, never mind, we can go kill him, as 2 extra zealots are going to join this army. Robo facility on the way. Now here's the thing, here's the risk of, oh my god, there's the purple probe in here, and oh no, the zealots were not in hold position, as the probe is going to assist that zealot with killing that first one. The Dragoon is out, but 2 zealots have torn down the wall. Lyoko's zealot is close to death. The Dragoon, if microed correctly, is able to infinitely kite zealots, but if not microed, if microed incorrectly, the zealots will deal too much damage too fast. Dragoon not receiving. Lyoko panicking as, you know, there is still a leftover probe, but is going to save the main base from this first wave attack. However, behind this, 4 more dudes walking across the map, ready to beat some proverbial ass. As the robotics facility is on the way, one of Lyoko's outs here. I mean, really, they kind of have held this, but again, it's going to be very reliant on their micro going for observatory, presuming that there's going to be Dark Templar behind this. Not a bad presumption, as usually cheese begets cheese. But, as usual, oh my god, this is how you know I am very rusty observing, is I missed the manor pylon. So we listen. There's a lot. There's a lot of lessons to be learned here from all sides, including me. Unfortunately, Lyoko is microing their dragoons back, but there is a zealot in the mineral line taking out the probes. There is a gas walk to try and take that zealot out, but the zealots are going to come up, just going to keep attacking the dragoons. There's not a lot of room here. Lyoko is going to GG here. It is a bit, you know, they aren't quite dead, but without, you know, I think it was like there needed to be, if maybe instead of observers, it was straight into reavers. That would have really held this. They would have been able to get them out pretty quickly. But again, it is such, you know, this is why 2Gate's so good. Love it so much. It basically is just, it's throwing a wrench at your opponent and saying, can you dodge this? And sometimes, you know, important fact of life, sometimes you can't dodge a wrench. But then again, if you can't dodge a wrench, you can't be expected to dodge a ball. So you gotta learn how to defend from cheese to earn playing standard. And with that, we're gonna move back into our overlay here as we update our scorecard. That is gonna be Lyoko's first loss in the group, shutting out the 4-0 dream, but perhaps creating the 3-1 dream. As we are going to move into our next match, we're going to stay on Airn Destroyer, which is, you know, normally we just go through these replays, but then staged yesterday was like, what if we do a King of the Hill thing where we just follow the winner? And that's why it's important to get new casters, because they come up with cool ideas like that. Anyways, what am I talking about? Oh yeah. Anyways, speaking of Airn, let's see if Airn Destroyer has earned this name, and see if they will win against Airn the Zerg. Yeah, we're gonna hop right into it. Okay, that was a decent transition. I'll give myself props on that one. In the bottom left, well, really, we should introduce the top left is Airn, and then in the bottom left, the Airn Destroyer. Airn when the Airn Destroyer walks in. Alright. Airn building drones. Airn Destroyer building probes. So wait, hold on. You have the main base pylon. All hands on deck. There's the PVZ main base pylon. We are we are engaging in levels of play not thought possible. As Airn and his destroyer are engaging in something, I guess. A familial dispute, maybe? Hard to tell. Hard to say what WWE style shenanigans are occurring behind the scenes between these two players, long faded rivals. Also, there's 2 gateways, and I'm going to be honest, every single Escalade game is just a pylon and 2 gateways. I will have chosen groups correctly. And the first scout. Oh no. So this is fun. Fun fact. You would think, oh, well, the Zerg is getting the spawning pool, which means they can make Zerglings faster, which means they're more safe against aggression. That's not true. Turns out, if a Protoss is going 10-12 gate, or whatever, if this was 10-10 gate, forget about it. But when a Protoss goes 10-12 gate, the Zerg really needs 2 hatcheries to be able to build enough Zerglings to defend against the amount of zealots that are going to come in and attack them. And this Overlord, he's going to come down. He's going to see 1 gateway. He's going to go, okay, hold on. Why is this in the main? He's going to see the 2nd gateway and go, wait a minute. As, you know, once we get these 3 zealots out here, that's when they're going to start walking across the map like Mike Myers, I think. I don't know. I haven't watched Halloween. I think he's the one that walks slowly towards people. But here they come. 3 zealots on the way across the map. Airn is going to have to try and defend against that many. Every Zergling Airn makes is a drone that Airn isn't making. So there's going to need to be an impressive Zergling defense here to deflect this early aggression. Oh shit. And I mean, there's, you know, it's starting off well. There is a sunken colony that is going to be starting up here in the natural, but Airn is going to have to keep these zealots on the low ground and keep them, you know, by the sunken colony. As the zealots, you see there, they were saying, okay, can we get up the ramp? Zerglings expertly block it. Make sure that the zealots aren't going to be able to just, you know, come in and start killing things for free. Zerglings coming in, getting the surround, they're going to be able to pick off at least 1 zealot, maybe pick off even a 2nd zealot. And again, it looks like it, but with 4 zealots, that's going to be really scary. The Zerglings are going to have to run back. If Airn wants to drone up, he needs to be within the safety and defending the sunken colony. Extra drones coming in, going to start saturating the natural. As Airn Destroyer starting to get their gas, starting to get their cybernetics core, we are going to see a transition into a Stargate to add in a couple of Corsairs into this mix. Fun fact, like, again, the reason Protoss needs to get, you know, has so many fast expands is because it's taken for granted that a Zerg is going to be on 3 bases. But I mean, if you can keep a Zerg on 2 bases, you can play off of 1 base for a long time. We're going to see the Zealots are going to try to, you know, get a couple hits in on the Zerglings, but they are going to walk up the ramp. There is no sunken in the main here, giving these Zealots complete free reign, and these Zerglings are just not going to have the DPS available to fight this. We see the full drone pull as they're going to just go all straight to the natural. Airn is abandoning the main hatch, and now I'm thinking that, you know, some of those messages in our previous game might have been foreshadowing. As Airn is targeting down the pool, Airn Destroyer, rather, is targeting down the pool, Airn's going to have to rebuild the pool in their natural, and it looks like Airn's going to have to try to play from their natural base. And again, this is why defending the ramp is so important, is because if you don't have an extra sunken colony up in your main, you need to be able to keep those zealots on the low ground, because this is what happens if you don't. And I mean, it's going to be, I'm seeing it's going to be really hard to be coming out of this one, especially as the Stargate is coming up. The Corsairs are going to have a full range of the map, but Airn not giving up, deciding, I don't care if you've killed my main base, I'll just take a second one. As Airn over here, you can see they are restarting the game. Airn has activated Karn's ultimate and has restarted the game with all of their original pieces. Hello, Dotto. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. But now there are, and you can witness these 5 zealots trapped on the high ground. Like, really, really trapped. But second base coming up. Lair canceled for Zergling speed. And as these Corsairs come out, they're going to start running around and picking off Overlords. More Zealots coming in, making sure the Zerglings are staying in the base. Airn Destroyer is going to go for it, but with 3 Sunken Colonies, it is going to be getting all of their Zealots killed. Yeah. I was waiting. I was like, is there going to be... Nope. Yeah, no. Zealots donated to a good cause, but with the Corsair out, what is Airn going to do? All 3 of these Overlords, there's nothing to defend them. No Evolution Chamber, no Hydralisk Den. This Corsair is going to slowly whittle away at these Overlords, eat them one by one. Like something that eats things really slowly. If you've seen the video, actually, no, there's a video of a kitten licking, like, steak or something. That is, like, weirdly high-quality audio. That's just very funny to watch. That's what this Corsair is. It is a kitten licking steak. You could probably overlay the audio, and the noise would be very similar to the like, bzz, 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 bzz. What are we doing? What am I saying? Anyways, here's a Dragoon. It's going to be walking across the map. Whoa, hey now. Well, those Zerglings aren't doing anything. Zerglings are going to run out. They're going to get this Dragoon probably, and Airn Destroyer is going to have to retreat. You know, honestly, unfortunately, the problem is Airn is on borrowed time, because as soon as one of these Corsairs swoops into this base, this is going to be the prime target of the Airn Destroyer. But of course, if this Corsair doesn't look down in that base, unfortunately it will. And we're going to see Airn Destroyer basically start building units and trying to attack into here to kill this base, as this is Airn's solitary lifeline. I don't know why they took the natural up here, but we do see them finally getting their third base, taking the cross-spawn main. Hydras are now out to defend the Overlord. This is plural. And we are kind of maybe going to see this morph into a weirdly static game, you know, or not static, but like weirdly standard game. You know, sometimes words that start with the same letters don't mean the same thing. You learn that in English class. Which is kind of a waste of time, because you could be playing Brood War. Oh. But no, yeah, we're going to see... Okay, I'm going to have to... I was trying something with the ads, because I saw they had come up. But, I'm gonna probably... After this game, I might go in and turn them off. So I was wondering, what is this? Where are these from? What does this do? It seems like a bad idea. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're gonna probably, yeah, turn that. I was trying something with the ads, hoping that it wouldn't be that bad. It seems to be fucking awful. So those are getting edited here after this match. Thank you for your 5 pennies. Your pain funds the CPL or something. Anyways, hold on a second. What's going on here? That's actually a kind of scary Zerg army relative to this fairly scary Protoss army. I know if we had character, he would have been able to micro-target the ads at the exact moments nothing is happening at the start of the game. Oh, Jesus. My ass just reading chat instead of watching the game right now, and chat isn't even watching it because of these fucking ads. Okay, that's we're changing that. Anyways, Airn not looking too bad. Being down 14 workers is pretty bad, but for a game where you've lost your main hatchery, you kind of would have never guessed it. Airn kind of looks like they just started in their natural for some weird glitch of the game. And I mean, now it's kind of turning into this weird contain on the Airn Destroyer where, you know, the observatory is kind of, you know, delayed. Not that there's lurkers, but I mean, like, this amount of Hydralisks is pretty scary. We don't see any. Well, we do see Templar Tech. Never mind. I'm actually a bad observer. But I mean, Airn, you know, they're doing reasonably well. Again, losing your main is usually the situation where you go, oh, I lose the game here. But Airn found the golden path. Airn is Paul Atreides. He's taken hits out of that spice melange and seeing the future. And the future involves, you know, the one ninja base that will go unnoticed for as long as possible. Eventually, Nidus Canals or something will happen. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention when I watched Dune. Storm is good unit. And now we see the push out. Unfortunately, this is a lot of Hydras. But this is a lot of Hydras that are 13 minutes in the game. They aren't doing too much. DT coming out. Airn is targeting down the High Templar, kind of microing out of the storms, but not as effectively. The Zealots are going to be able to run them down. I don't think these Hydras have speed, and these Zealots do have speed, and let me tell you, that is a bad... Actually, maybe the Hydras do have speed. I don't know, actually. That looks like they have speed. Anyways, Airn Destroyer is going to chase these Hydras all the way into the map, turn around, kill a storm. Speed is upgrading now. Again, character would have caught. But now, outside of the main base of Airn, this High Templar is fully juiced up. That looks like there's at least 3 storms in there, and those Hydras are doing their best fish in a barrel impression as they are all collapsing around that lair. It won't even be needed as the Zealots are making quick work of them running in and killing the Hydras that are there. Big storm on the drones. The drones thought they were safe because they had lived for so long, but unfortunately another storm is going to continue taking them out. Airn's drone count dropped precipitously as the Corsairs said, we don't even care if we die. This is GG. We're killing the base. There's 5 Dragoons here tearing it apart, taking out the Hydras as they spawn and preparing to take out this lair, setting Airn's tech back to the Stone Age. More Hydras are spawning from this ninja base, but unfortunately the Hydras do not know a win-the-game ninjutsu. We got there. We figured out the casting line. Anyways, Hydras on the ramp are going to be pretty good, as these Dragoons are going to miss a lot of shots. Hydras reinforcing. These Dragoons are going to fall, but I would bet a lot of CPL bucks if we check back into the Airn Destroyer's main. There's a... Well, actually, that's not as big an army I thought there would be. But it is an army nonetheless, and it's an army that the Airn Destroyer can continuously replenish with 45 probes, a massive amount of gateways, and 3 bases, as they are going to continue putting pressure on Airn. Airn has a large bank, but not a lot of income, meaning just a couple of more trades for the Airn Destroyer, and that bank is going to look pretty shallow if Airn has the time to spend it at all, as the second wave of Protoss Gateway Man units come in, taking out the Hydras again as they're spawning. Sunken colonies coming down to defend the base, but with the Zealot speed on the way with, let's see, +1 attack, +2 armor for these units. They will tear through buildings, they will tear through units, and Airn does not have the time to to respond to this, as Airn Destroyer is going to kill the second main of the game and is going to be GG. As we're going to go to our little splash screen, do our transition. Ooh. Add in that the Airn Destroyer is now 2-1 in the group. Escalade tearing off his secret villain mask, revealing that it was Escalade all along. And I'm gonna go in and change that thing about ads. I trusted Twitch to not be complete cancer with it, and it was. So, you know, when you offer trust and it abuses trust like that, the ad should now be turned off. And with that, you know, Twitch can't be if Twitch can't be trusted, then you gotta take the toy away. As we're gonna set up our next game following Escalade through Group 24. Let's see. We've seen Escalade versus Airn versus Lyoko. Let's see Escalade versus Geforce Tesla. Let's see how the Protoss, the former Protoss, does against the players they betrayed. In this PVT, we're going to hop right into it. Get the transition ready. Here we go. Hopping into the game. Wow, that was a nice one. In the bottom right, as our pink Protoss, we have Escalade playing normally. Then their secret, you know, they've taken the This is you know, Escalade in Clark Kent form, not in Superman form. I guess, yeah, is Airn Lex Luthor? I guess that is our... Yeah, I guess that's the lore. We're going with that. Airn's Lex Luthor. Meanwhile, on the top left, we have Geforce Tesla playing as Terran this season, trying it out to sneak their way into a lower tier. But apparently, you know, Terran, everybody says Protoss is the easy race, so really... Geforce Tesla would argue, you know, they're saying maybe they should be in tier 2. That's what they say. They're wrong, of course, because we all know Terran's the easy race. I don't know why I'm just randomly insulting people at the start of the match. That's a tier 2 depot plays when this checks out. Well, there we go. We have the experts in chat letting us know, because the caster doesn't know anything. Yeah. That is a forward gate. You don't see forward gates too often. Escalade is doing the cross spawn scout. Now this is interesting. I think this may be an indication that Escalade is planning to be aggressive, maybe, dare I say, even a little cheesy somehow this game, whereby they are doing this cross spawn scouting just to see where the Terran's at. That tells us, Escalade says they were worried about BBS, so never mind. They were worried about the Barracks Supply Depot and needed to know if there were men in suits in the middle of the map about to come kill the Protoss hero. But instead it is men in suits on the ramp here. If Escalade commits to... Oh my gosh, the movement. Tier 2, by the way. No. The Marines successfully deny Escalade's look into the base with some extremely clean micro. That Marine, this Marine's armor, it's not the standard armor. He's wearing like a football kinda. He's wearing football gear with the way that block worked. But with the single zealot coming up to put pressure, you know, this depot barracks scheme here is going to make sure that this zealot's going to have a really hard time finding kills. Is going to overshoot that Marine just a little bit. Never mind, that zealot can walk right through it, but it won't matter as the Marines do have enough DPS to just kill it and keep the base protected. Meanwhile, back at home, Escalade, doing pretty standard, adding on 2 extra gateways, going 3-gate goon, is preparing to be able to put pressure on Geforce Tesla's expansion as he puts it out, or at the very least defend his own probes from these early vultures. This toast is really good. Yeah, okay, hold on. Come here, Vulture. Okay. Vulture heading across the map. Gonna hide here for some nefarious purpose. Dragoon is gonna catch a Marine that's rallied across the map for some nefarious purpose. We do have 2 Marines in the bunker. Very interesting. Oh, hold on. And that nefarious purpose has come to pass as the Vulture is going to get into the main and probably pick off a probe or 2. Or as the Dragoons are going to get rallied onto it, that Vulture picking off 1 probe, picking off 2 probes maybe. At least freaking the Dragoons out. Those Dragoons are not doing a great job of cleaning out the base as they are just rallied down to the bottom of the mineral line. They do not suspect. They're wondering where the Vulture went. He has completely disappeared. Oh, that's why. Thank you, observers in chat, for catching things that streamer is too bad at to do. My god. This zealot reenacting the first boss of Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance, slicing it in half as much as possible. But you know, there is still a tank alive. Vulture in the Protoss's main was killed. Vulture rallied across the map. Is gonna live a little bit, but. You know, Geforce Tesla does know he's there, cleaning up the spider mines as the Vulture does try eventually make his way over to the 3rd base, lays a spider mine down there to be able to see it when Escalade expands there. But the Dragoons are going to continue running across the map. Siege tank does not know how to do siege mode, so he's just kind of sitting up there. He will be able to take pot shots at the Dragoons, but the Dragoons in this number may be able to force a destruction on the bunker, break the natural, and that looks like that's what we're going to see. The Dragoons are just going to dive on. These SCVs have been pulled to try to repair it, but 2 SCVs block the way for all the other ones as the Dragoons are now going to be able to start microing into the natural of Geforce Tesla. And as they're going to be able to work their way in there, they can start hiding up in this area outside of a siege tank's reach. Forcing the siege tank to come closer to the ramp, and if the siege tank comes too close to the ramp, it will get picked off. And never mind, actually, I forgot that SCVs are in fact a fighting force that are to rival the strongest of the Protoss arsenal. As you know, actually he lost quite a lot of SCVs there. Geforce Tesla does still have a 2-worker lead here after that attack, but he's going to have to rebuild that something at the natural to ensure that future run-bys don't happen. But with siege mode in place, that is looking increasingly unlikely as both players are now going to have to just macro up and see what they can do in the mid-game. Probe doing? What the probe doing? units doing a third base. See, Escalade has recognized that Geforce Tesla, he's looking for the third. He knows something. Like, he's seen... Well, never mind. Well. Ooh! Imagine being that vulture driver. Oh my god, dude. Imagine being that probe. Dude, this probe, this is the real this is real game, and this is a hero probe. Defending the third base. And the thing is, it was a one-shot. So Geforce Tesla did not get the notification that his unit came under attack. Which means that Geforce Tesla was not, you know, it's hard. You forget these things sometimes. So, scouting where thirds may be, you know, he sees that he got vision here. So, obviously, you know, if he had vision there, obviously he had a vulture there, he would have seen it get hit or something if a third was going to happen. And so, Escalade might just be getting away with this third base for free. Completely unsuspected. And he's running the vultures around the map. He's checking each base. Which again, also great. You'll love to see vultures are free. You have infinite map control with them, so you obviously just want to be checking every base as much as possible. But now that the photon cans are coming up, the window for Geforce to get a free denial on the third is basically closed. When, you know, that's what these vultures and these spider mines are for, is to make sure that, you know, if Escalade moves a probe out, it just dies before, you know, Geforce has to worry about killing a Nexus. And now Geforce is going to have to rely on sort of a push, you know? It's not a... Again, it's not a game is lost. It's not a huge thing. You kind of expect the Protoss to get their third. It's just one of those things where if you deny it, it's really good. But if you don't deny it, it's okay. And Geforce Tesla is on 5 factory. They're upgrading... I'm +1 for these siege tanks, which will be followed by +2 and +1 on the armor. And that's going to be when the Terran army basically becomes impossible for standard Protoss units to deal with it. Escalade's going to have to add in Arbiters, Carriers, or some other type of specialist unit. And they are preparing for that transition. They are getting their Templar tech up. The Stargate is finished. And so we're probably going to be seeing an Arbiter Tribunal coming up right as that Templar Archives completes. Vultures are still running around the map. You have to feel that Geforce knows about this third at this point. But Escalade is laying out, sort of preparing the stew, as it were. Laying in the pylon, starting the Nexus at this corner base up here. And, you know, going to be splitting Geforce's attention, right? This base is going to be very easy to kill, but if Geforce Tesla... Oh, excuse me. If Geforce Tesla doesn't check, then they won't know there's a base to kill. That's one of the benefits of taking these low ground bases, is that if Escalade was trying to take the high ground, they'd have to kill this Spider Mot and alert Geforce that something's going on up there. Meanwhile, we are seeing the Arbiter tech come out of Escalade, while Geforce Tesla is further creating their Terran army of doom. Third CC developed and about to fly over to the third base. Siege tank count looking fairly okay, healthy. That's a decent number of siege tanks. Dada in the chat, as a seasoned caster and knower of StarCraft, says that there needs to be more factories. Probably. 5 factories does seem a little low for this late in the game. And I agree, them's the facts. If we look over at Escalade's base, Escalade is on 9 gateways. So Escalade is kind of, again, in the position where they want to be versus Terran. Oh, big probe transfer here is just barely out of sight of these spider mines. This army's going to come up and try to do it again. Spider mines, a very unfortunate placement, just kind of barely out of the way. But the vultures have been tearing apart the infrastructure here. These probes were not told to wait for the army turn around. They said, we don't care, we have minerals, we gotta mine them. And these vultures are going to take out a good number of them, but not all of them. This fourth base is going to begin getting saturated, and by not all, I mean exactly 3, and I think there were a lot more than 3 probes walking across the map a minute ago. Meanwhile, Geforce Tesla fully saturating their third base. Again, this is a case where Escalade is probably still in a decent position. The worker counts are pretty even. But again, if all of those probes had lived, it would have been extremely good for them. As is, they get to keep the base, they get to keep their army out on the map, so it's just a pretty good situation. Arbiters are now out. Recall is being upgraded. Stasis is already upgraded, so these arbiters are going to be able to help the army where it needs it the most, as more vultures are dedicated to trying to kill these probes. One vulture is going to slip past the photon cannon, but is going to get blocked by the probes and taken out by the photon cannon, as Escalade is now walking out on the map, taking that map control, and now Geforce Tesla is the one who is looking like they're going to be hemmed in, as their vulture movements are going to be severely constrained until this core siege tank center is able to move out onto the map. Geforce Tesla, another round of vultures. This time they are completely slipping by the Protoss army. There's only 3 photon cannons here to defend these probes, and you know, vultures will, well, you know, never mind. These probes have been forged in the fires of battle. There used to be so many of them on their original pilgrimage that the probes remaining have been battle hardened, and they've been passing their ways on to the probes of the 4th base. So it doesn't matter how many vultures get sent over there, they will not yield. Meanwhile, speaking of not yielding, this minefield is still standing strong. This huge line really of siege tanks. Escalade wishes it were a clump, because then that would be an easy stasis or an easy storm. But it is, you know, this siege tank positioning is going to make it really hard to find a specific weak angle to attack in from. You know, these supply depots basically cutting this 3rd base off. Never mind, I forgot. Protoss have wall hacks. A recall into the 3rd base completely shuts it down. And remember what I said about these siege tanks being in a line? Turns out when they're in a line, they can't help you when you attack one side of the line. This 3rd base is completely shut off, and although this attack is going to get cleaned up, this base momentarily died for about 10 seconds, which is a lot of seconds in Brood War time. But here comes the 2nd Arbiter diving straight into the main. That was only an expeditionary force. That was only what the UED sent in Brood War. Here comes the full might of the UED. It's like six Dragoons and a couple of Zealots trapped behind some factories. Not the greatest recalls in the world, but still very scary for Geforce. As you can see, Geforce has had to completely reconfigure their defensive line in order to protect us. In fact, actually, this armory, if it is not quickly repaired, 60 HP away from Geforce Tesla losing out on their +2. Again, when you're a Protoss player, you're really just throwing wrenches at your opponent to see which one they dodge. Meanwhile, Escalade is getting up into their 5th base, taking that top right main. There's still something over here. What is purple? Oh, there's observers. Oh, there's some observers. The 3rd, the SCVs, they've forgotten how to mine. They are on a hunger strike right now. They are on a work strike right now. They are demanding better working conditions, because an SCV who is living in fear of getting recalled cannot actually mine minerals properly. And then Geforce Tesla said, "No, you're all fired if you don't start mining." And they said, "Ah, shit," and they started mining. The command center's doing something. Something's going on. Players are on the fritz. Things are going crazy. Armies are standing across the plains of battle from each other, waiting to fight. With this amount of siege tanks, it looks pretty good for the Terran. The Protoss is reinforcing with more Dragoons and more Zealots. There are 2 Arbiters here ready to help. Geforce Tesla informing us that command center was moved to make way for the Comsat station. And we can hear the rings of the Comsat as Geforce is trying to get a better understanding of where things are at. Run straight into the Dragoons. Siege tanks on siege get caught unawares. Stasis comes down, catching an SCV, the most dangerous Terran unit of all. But a second Stasis does catch a nice clump of siege tanks as Escalade is going to begin running around them to get rid of this back line. Geforce is going to have to try and reinforce somehow, but there's only a small trickle of units. These siege tanks coming in may be able to save the ones in stasis, as they are invulnerable, and stasis lasts 5 years, which may be how long it takes to remove these Protoss from the middle of the map, if they will ever move at all. Yeah, no, it's another successful battle for our Protoss player, but Geforce is still in this. Down 70 supply is pretty scary, but Terran, tank good unit, okay? That's all I'm saying. It is still, it just is now Escalade's game to lose, as they are in a very commanding position. Geforce Tesla trying to get a 4th and a 5th simultaneously, maybe expecting Escalade to kill one of them so they can at least get their 4th up, and it is very important they get both of these bases up, actually, as Escalade is moving on and getting a 6th base in the bottom left. And remember what we said earlier, Terran needs to be 1 base behind Protoss to be on parity, but the number of bases may not matter anymore, as this small Protoss attack force, the survivors of these battles, are coming in and are barraging Geforce Tesla's natural. There's only a small trickle of units from this factory. Siege tanks are having to run in and siege. There is no setup defenses, and if these Dragoons get a couple lucky shots, Zealots dragging the mines, but the mines do die before they explode on the single siege tank, who is told to shut up and stop firing, and the siege tank does what he is told by the Arbiters. And that is going to be the natural for Geforce going down. The SCV count is falling dramatically as the 3rd base is also under attack. Geforce sends the GG, and Escalade is going to take their 3rd win of the group. That's going to be GG's. All right. That was a good game. Both of our players doing extremely well. Wow. Protoss APM diff. Am I right, Terran players? Ha 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 ha. Let us get that score on the board with Escalade now going 3-0. I believe we have Escalade versus Zephyre, or Zephyre. And we do. So we're going to round out Escalade's game with one last PVZ to see if Escalade can get the 4-0. We started the day off thinking maybe Lyoko was going to get the 4-0 until Escalade came in and smacked that dream away and took it over as their own. And now it might be Escalade with the 4-0 as we hop into their final game from their group. Okay, transition, okay, stream, okay, we're in. Okay, there we go. Fun fact, Zephyre is French, from France. I'm French Canadian. So is this so this match was personal, is what I'm hearing. Actually, why am I 1-0 Lyoko? Wait a minute. Who is the better? We will see. Okay, this is the match to determine who is the better French. Geforce Tesla. If you are 1-0 to Lyoko on the thing, then that is caster error. probably, maybe. Meanwhile, we're going to see... Okay, hold on. Bottom right corner, Zephyre as the red, actually French... hold on, that's probably offensive. Zephyre is the French, and Escalade is the French-Canadian French. It's my first cast back. I don't want to get banned from this for saying something. We have our French-Canadian French versus our France French. European versus American. We're settling we're settling a score here. It's our red Zerg. It is Zephyre. I'm gonna... Okay, 50-50 in the chat. Okay, Zephyre or Zephyre? The Y... Wait. The H makes me think Zephyre. Zephyre. Okay, I'm just gonna go with Zephyre. And my god, we see the double gates. Not fire, Zephyre. Okay. Listen, I'm American, alright? Listen, they don't teach us words too good. But we do see two gates. I had the AFK who won. Escalade took it. I should not be reading chat. I should be watching the game. We have two gates on the way. And they're going to be making zealots. And the zealots are going to be walking across the map. And we see, but there's a problem here. Is that we see the same problem that faced Airn when Airn was up against the exact same build, where you think if you're Zerg and you're going to be facing aggression, getting an earlier spawning pool is what you want to do to get your Zerglings out as soon as possible. That is not what you want to do. If you are, oh my. These Zerg, they're going on holiday. This is this side of the map. This is the Caribbean. These are the Bahamas. They're sunning. They're getting a wonderful, they're going out on the boat, the yacht. This is premium Zergling. But anyways, it's very important as a Zerg, if you're going to get aggressed upon, that you get your extra hatcheries as soon as possible. Because spawning pools build kind of quickly, and your limiting factor is going to be the larva, not the time it takes to have Zergling tech unlocked. So anyways, there's 3 Zealots here and 0 Zerglings, but there's 1 Zealot here and 6 Zerglings, and a lot of probes. And so we're going to have a hard time distinguishing what actually happens in this situation. I would think that the advantage is going to go to whoever does their workers really fancy like, and it looks like that is going to be Escalade actually, as Zephyre. Fuck, am I? Zephyre is turning around to defend from the Zealots, but that is just buying Escalade time to keep building probes and to kill the drones that are back here. Oh my gosh, the Zerglings, they run past, they aren't on attack command. They're going to try to engage with the Zealots, but the Zerglings are going to get shredded because Zealots are pretty good actually. More Zerglings are going to spawn, but these Zealots targeting down these drones, making sure they're getting the maximum value, taking out these Zerglings. There is a mineral walk there to mess up the Zealot movement, which is really good, and maybe Zephyre has made it out of this aggression, or maybe not, as 4 more Zealots are walking across. There is, though, however, 3 hatcheries on the way, as Zephyre is in full production. They have as much larva as they want, and now they just need to, again, keep that micro sustainably. They need the, and I think, running those Zerglings out, smart move, just to check if Escalade is expanding, but Escalade is doubling down. Zephyre is going to need as many Zerglings back at home as possible, and he might have even should have kept some of these drones at the natural to keep that extra firepower. But those Zerglings, unfortunately, the Zerglings that were creating the contain were extremely low, and there's some excellent micro here from Escalade, ensuring that his Zealots are getting maximum value and surface area against these Zerglings. He's going to walk up the ramp. Remember, every 2 Zerglings that died is a drone that Zephyre is already behind on workers on, as Escalade is going to easily be able to transition into their mid game, while Zephyre is still worrying about defending from the Zealots. And I'm going to be honest, it looks like they may not even be able to do that. Back at the Protoss' base, we can just see by the resource count, they have as much minerals as they want, they have as much gas as they want. As soon as they just tech into maybe a Stargate, they just get a Corsair, and Zephyre will not be in any position to be able to defend against Corsairs picking off every single Overlord they find, and then Zephyr's problems will go from bad to worse. They will finally clean up these Zealots, but again, the extreme tempo loss of the match is going to mean that victory, listen, at this point, Zephyr's winning move is to type no rush 20 actually into the chat and hope that Escalade agrees to it. Unfortunately, these 3 Zealots are absolutely not interested in that. And there's the Corsair, and as soon as Zephyre sees it, they GG, as it kind of is the indicator that the game is done. And Escalade, Escalade coming back, taking the 4-0 of the group, playing clean, playing standard in some games, playing cheesy in some games, showing a breadth of skill needed for any good Protoss, because you need to be able to play standard. You got to also make sure that your opponent knows you're a little crazy. And with that, let us move back to our splash screen here, as we are going to update our thing. Escalade with the clean 4-0, and Lyoko with the 1-0 over Geforce Tesla updated, so that everything is good and Dada doesn't yell at me for spreading misinformation when they send these videos over to YouTube. What's next? Wow. See? Escalade with the clean 4-0 sweep. Hold on, wait a minute. How many games? I have 7 games here. Let's see. We did Airn versus Lyoko. We did Geforce Tesla versus Lyoko. We did all of Escalade's games. It means our last game for the group, as you know, this is technically we're not done with the week. We will be coming back, and if these games do get played, I'll try to keep an eye out for them so that they can get cast. But we're going to hop into our last game for Group 24 today, which is going to be Lyoko versus Zephyre. Looking for that 3-1 dream. Coming second in the group is going to be a big accomplishment for them if they win this game, which we'll see. Dada saying they don't even check anymore. This video contains misinformation. Yeah. I am not a reliable source for anything. I should not be trusted. Oh god, no, I didn't switch the scene. Shit. Wait, no, did I? I did switch the scene. It just hadn't caught up on the stream. Listen, okay? We gotta all listen. Not every cast can be filled with in-depth, amazing information for which people can learn, okay? Some of the casts are about Zephyre, our red Zerg in the top right, playing against our top left teal Protoss Lyoko. And these are the casts that are comedy. You know, not even comedy as a genre, it's comedy in air quotes. But we do see pylon placed in the natural. I'm sorry to inform our viewers that this will be a standard game, probably, as Zephyre sends their overlord across the map. right to where Lyoko is waiting. Lyoko is going to get the first scout of their opponent, so neither player will be operating under any delusion about what the other one is doing. They're going to both be operating from a position of knowledge, as we are going to see the extractor trick. The oldest trick in the book. Squeezing out that one extra bit of supply just a little bit earlier, as the spawning pool is going to finish up here. Zephyre is going to be looking to scare this probe away, just so, you know, in case they want to do something crazy. Lyoko isn't going to know what exact permutation of standard build they're going to be looking for. It's going to be a Forge Fast Expand on the Protoss' side. Oh my gosh, I'm hiccuping like hell right now. And with the early pool spotted, Lyoko's going to throw up 2 cannons for defense. Probably saw the 3 Zergling eggs start as soon as the Overlord popped, and is going to see a 4th one start as well, but that one is going to be a drone. Lyoko, of course, is not going to know exactly what that is, but this probe is going to be chased out by those 6 Zerglings, as this drone is going to set up the expansion. These Zerglings are going to run across the map, see 2 photon cannons, and probably not be able to dive past them into the main. But you never know. There's always a chance something crazy happens. But it's pretty unlikely right now. These Zerglings, their main purpose is mostly going to keep Lyoko honest. Make sure that, you know, the gateway's being built here, that they are playing defensively, that they're not doing anything crazy or trying to build like 3 zealots and move out and snipe a 3rd. And so again, we're going to start moving towards that. What the hell? We're going to start moving towards a more standard early game. Well, I'd say moving towards, but we've been in the standard early game. Lyoko is going to start teching up. Probably, you know, no assimilator yet, but we do have a 3rd. I don't know Zerg, but this looks like it's going to be a lot of Zerglings. I could just be mistaken about the exact timings of assimilators and Hydralisk dens, but you know, mass Zerglings is one of those ways that Zerg can catch Protoss unaware. Like, if the Protoss doesn't know what to expect and they're preparing for like Hydralisks, having 50 Zerglings at your main will actually, you know, Zerglings they're not as good as Hydras as dealing with photon cannons, but like if the Zealots aren't walling in correctly and 500 Zerglings somehow find their way in, you lose those games pretty easily. Still no assimilator for our Zerg player. Again, I might just have the Hydralisk timings down wrong. We do have the 4th hatch on the way. And I say assimilator, it is a Zerg extractor. I'm a fake fan. I've been secretly an Age of Empires player this whole time. No. So yeah, Stargate on the way, +1 from the Forge. Zephyre is now really just you know, building out all these extra hatcheries, going up to 5 hatcheries. And so I could, again, I'm thinking this is more of just I don't know Zerg build orders, as if this is going to kind of like a 5 hatch Hydra build, it may make sense to delay the gas and the Hydra den just a little bit to get those hatcheries out as fast as possible. I believe, and that is exactly what the case is that it's just I don't know how to play the game. The first Corsair is going to be popping out here basically immediately, and we'll see. I think by the time he runs over, he might get this Overlord down here, but he's not going to be able to harass the main too much longer. Hydrodens build pretty quickly. Hydralisks build pretty quickly. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing normal stuff out of these players here. Wow. said that. The Corsair getting the full scout on the opponent is going to check, see that there are 5 hatcheries up, 3 bases, and a Hydralisks. And then also see Lyoko doing the appropriate response as a Protoss player, adding on those extra photon cannons for security, so that when the Hydralisks come a knockin', they will ring the doorbell, and there will be a trap shotgun hooked up to a window, angled at the front door, that only people who don't know how to ring the doorbell can evade. Yeah, that's about what photon cannons are at the main. That seems correct. The Templar Archives, however, also halfway done. So again, if the timings work out correctly, Zephyre is going to have a window of opportunity where they're going to have a huge mass of Hydralisks with all their upgrades with +1, and they're going to be trying to bust down the front door of the Protoss. And the Protoss is going to probably try to have these High Templar out and get good storms to scare them off. The fact that these Zealots are out on the map and kind of sneaking over to this natural to say, what are you doing over here? It kind of says that maybe Zephyre is not necessarily going for that type of bust, that type of early contain. Maybe they're just macroing up Hydras. Which could be the case. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to play this game. It's all it's all bits to me. High Templar are out, ensuring Lyoko is not going to get busted at the very least. But Zephyre on 3 bases and 5 hatcheries is going to have a very strong like macro core to kind of be able to deal with whatever Lyoko is going to try to do next as they start pushing out. Alright, here comes that big swarm of Hydralisks. Looking at about 2 control groups full. They're going to wander across the map, and at the very least be able to set up a small contain right at this choke point and force Lyoko to have to try to fight their way out. Zealots are pretty good. They're not great, but as Zephyre keeps reinforcing this area with more and more Hydralisks, I've been informed by the CPL staff to have a no comment on some of this. But I've been informed by the CPL staff that officially I'm not allowed to look at chat anymore. But we are going to see some lurkers built up, and now again, so we're going to see this is going to move from a Hydra bust opportunity to a lurker contain opportunity, and so that is going to be dependent on Lyoko getting out their observatory, which, hey, look, they already have the robotics facility. Big storm coming down, making those Hydras really, really vulnerable. The High Templar gets away at a sliver of HP, but as these lurkers are going to begin building or burrowing, they're going to try inching ever closer to maybe start taking pot shots at the forge and at the gateway. Which honestly is kind of what Lyoko wants, because they want that. They're going to need this space opened up for their units to escape out of anyways. Observatory finishing up now, which means we're about 10 seconds away from observers. And once the observers are out, these lurkers are going to look a lot weaker than they're pretty good when you can't see them. But when a Protoss can see them, it is 1 storm and 1 dragoon shot to kill a lurker. Lyoko, they're looking pretty good. They're 2-0 so far. Well, they're 2-1 so far, so they probably may not know the exact math, but they know how to attack in the lurkers. And Zephyre, meanwhile, they have set up a very nice sort of concave with these lurkers, spacing them out just enough so that it's going to take extremely well-placed storms to catch more than one lurker at a time in them. Meanwhile, behind this, Zephyre has basically been given as much time as they want to macro up heavily. Their worker count is pretty even right now. And again, Zerg does not need as much workers as other races. And if you look at these mineral lines, they are looking pretty good. And so, yeah, you wouldn't need storms. There aren't any. Well, see, there weren't any observers earlier, so we do need to be able to see the lurkers, or at least damage them somehow. And without vision and without storms, that's kind of, those are your options. Now we do see Lyoko has completely decimated their initial defense. They took out way more cannons than I thought they would, but the observer gets sniped, meaning that these lurkers are now completely invisible, and as the Protoss is going to run up on them, one storm misses the two lurkers in the front, and it is a complete massacre for these Protoss as one storm comes down onto that lurker. The second observer is coming up, but the Hydras are going to try to snipe it, but the Hydras are pushed back by the sheer weight of the Dragoons. Some may say. What? Again, okay. Sorry. I'm casting the game. We're gonna have to see again. I'm getting can't get one shot by chat messages. Yes, very great breakout by Lyoko. After they demolished their downtown in order to build Dragoon highways, which of questionable merit. I don't fucking know. They are now moving out. Well, actually, no. I guess they made the. I'm getting one shot by chat messages. It was a good breakout. They attacked well. They got the observers out. They kept them safe from Hydra. Let's focus. What's happening right now? Lyoko is getting their third base, which is really good, because Protoss needs to stay one base behind Zerg. And Zephyre has already gotten their fourth base. Full OV Scout of P. I need to start watching the mini-map. Oh god. What's happening? There's two armies. Hold on. If we wait long enough, we're gonna get a box art screenshot of these Dragoons running across to this army here. Something's gonna happen. There's a fight brewing. Tech-wise, we are seeing Zerglings. That's adrenal glands? Yeah, we are seeing Zergling speed on the way for our Zerg player. And we are seeing a lot more Dragoons, Observers, and Armor on the way for the Protoss, which is what you want to be doing as Protoss. You don't ever really get anything else. Zephyre is going to try to push out towards the center, but is going to meet this force of Lyoko. And we are going to have to check one thing. What is our upgrade situation? It is going to be 1-2 versus 2-1. See which side of that thing works out. Is it better to have one or the other? Unfortunately, Storm is good unit. And unfortunately for Zephyre is they are kind of getting caught unawares. They're macroing up to trying to do all this stuff, but a lot of their Hydras are kind of just waiting in the wings. They aren't being ordered forward, and so these lurkers are having to face these Dragoons alone. Now there are no Zealots here to defend the Dragoons from the Hydralisks, which do deal full damage to Dragoons and will chew through them, but really good Storms are going to weaken the Hydras just enough to give these Dragoons a fighting chance. More Hydras are going to flow in, but the Dragoons have decided that now is the time to retreat. They do not want to die a second time, and they're going to wait for some Zealots to come up and be the cannon fodder between them and those Hydralisks. We're also going to need to re-up the High Templar, as they all died in the line of duty. Yeah. What's going on here? Zerglings on the map, checking for bases is what you want to always see. It's basically free, a single Zergling, and you ensure that a ninja base doesn't exist to take over the game from you. And yeah, Lyoko is just going to continue reinforcing their army. But it really is anybody's game. I mean, the last fight did look pretty good for Lyoko, but again, you have to consider it's really about bases and what the players are resetting to. And Zephyre going up to that 5th base here. If Lyoko doesn't get their 4th to match, they could fall behind in economy. And as soon as that Zerg starts catching up in supply, that's going to be a really bad place for the Protoss. We do see a probe somewhere out on the map. He's going to be doing something. The question is what? We're going to see another attack in, another attempted push at Zephyr's sort of main staging point here, but the Zealots are caught a little bit back. The High Templar are grouped completely far away. We hear observers dying. We don't necessarily see them. But again, a lot of this army's still in the back. These lurkers aren't burrowed, meaning they aren't doing anything. These Hydralisks are in the back, just letting Lyoko kind of chew away at this first barrier of Zerg. And then, yeah, we're going to just keep seeing this push forward. And then this retreat. As again, Lyoko is going to see, they're just testing and trying to trying to poke out and take trades where they can, but unfortunately, it looks like they may have overextended, and even though they retreated, they did have a couple of High Templar retreat. Such a good storm, my god. But we're going to see these Hydralisks kind of come across the side here and try to attack into the army, but again, with the rest of the army and no lurkers, they're all kind of just... It's trying to attack from the side and scare them further back, but really just is siphoning that bit of the army, as Lyoko is saying, wait a minute, no, I can push and fight that. As again, both players are going to keep macroing up. Lyoko is now mined out on 2 bases. They have a 1 base economy, if that, with no saturation here at the 3rd, while Zephyre, I mean, you know, their 4th isn't that saturated, but again, it's Zerg. Their bases last longer. So, I mean, again, if Lyoko might be swinging down here to try to take out, you know, some of these weaker bases since the army's so far separated from them, but that is going to leave the main of Lyoko very vulnerable. It looks like that's what the plan is with these Hydras. My god, I'm dying. And so the Hydras are, you know, even if this base falls, that is putting, you know, this main and the probes. The probes! Oh! That is a control group of probes, and it's going to be a second control group of probes as... Oh my god, not a single probe survives the transfer to that 3rd or 4th base, meaning that Lyoko is now losing even more as the Hydras are diving up into the main, and this is an absolute nightmare situation for Lyoko as Zephyre has realized, wait a minute, you're killing these bases I don't really care about. Where's the rest of your army? And they're diving into the main, and once these Hydras get up on the high ground, it's going to be really hard for Lyoko to dislodge them. And you see they're even diving for the Templar Archives, turning off Lyoko's ability to even build High Templar. And Storm is a pretty good unit, but Storm is not a unit that Lyoko can currently build. And again, the Hydras are going to take up, you know, some of them are going to back up on the thing, but they're actually even going for the Citadel of the Doom, delaying Lyoko's ability to build their tech back even more. And as a couple of Hydras and lurker eggs on the ramp are going to try and block these Dragoons, the Dragoons getting caught on the lurker eggs, blocking the other Dragoons and Zealots from coming up and helping to fight these Hydras. The Hydras are getting the Cybernetics core, meaning that if Lyoko wants any tech at all, they're going to have to completely build it from scratch with their 12 probes now. This is an absolute nightmare. Genuinely, my god. The massacre. Yeah, no, there's not much that, like, I mean, at this point, it is just on Zephyre. Now, this is still a decently scary Protoss army. It is theoretically possible that Zephyre throws away all of these Hydras, but I mean, even moving, like, unburrowed lurkers with this army up into these Dragoons will probably be enough. There's only really 1 High Templar left, and even though he has 4 Storms available, Lyoko decides that 4 Storms is not enough to make up for 40 probes. And that is going to be the final game with Zephyre denying the Lyoko the 3-1 dream, but hey, 2-2 in preseason is still pretty good. It's better than what I did, I think. Yeah. All right, let's get our transition going. What a game. What a game. Okay. Pre-roll ads are on. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. GG's. And that is our final game for Group 24. That was Zephyre versus Lyoko, and Zephyre took it. So let us try and see who from this group did not play their game yet. And that is going to be our preview for whenever we get back to casting these games. Or maybe they don't. It's fine. It's not a big deal. We saw Escalade take the clean 4-0 against each of their group opponents. Lyoko followed it up with a Lyoko beat Airn, I think. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, Lyoko beat Airn. I'm because I've been saying all this stuff about Lyoko being 2-0. I wouldn't be saying that if they hadn't won their first game. This is the problem with having people be second and first in the thing. But this is our record. So we still have some games left to see, or not. Again, there's no pressure. It's preseason. And it's really, we've seen games from every player in the group. And so that's probably enough for the CPL algorithm to do its thing. Now, we've been going for about 2 hours now. So we will be taking a short little break, just so that I have time to drink some water and eat a little bit of a snack before we hop into our second group of the day, which is going to be Group 39, I think. Let me double check. I have a couple of groups that I saved, so let me see. Yes, this is our Group 39 people, I believe. Yes, it is. So we will be checking in with Group 39 here after a short little break for me to get some water, get some food, and let me see. Where's my thing? Here it is. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the break. We'll be back in like 5 minutes, give or take. 2 hours of casting, 5 minutes of break. Sure, that seems reasonable. Whoa, ads be upon ye. Okay. Shit. And with that. Oh, let me close. Okay, now we're back. Let us go ahead and move back. Okay, wait a minute. Fine, okay. The transition doesn't. It sometimes is a little janky, but we have 6 games here from Group 39. Again, if you are in Group 39, you haven't finished your games yet, you want to see them casted, we're still going to try to go back and get them. Go ahead and unpin that message. But we're just going to start from the top and do the first replay that I have in order, which is going to be Abgee versus Justice in a PvT map. 5 channel points to the person who can guess what map they are playing on. Actually, I don't know how to give channel points out, so don't answer that, please. But we have 6 games to get through, so we're gonna go in and hop into Abgee versus Justice for some PvT. Okay, there's my transition. Let me go up. Again, ignore the season 9 on that. In the bottom left, as the dark yellow, brownish Protoss, it is CPL, not Abgee. And in the top left, it is in the dark blue, it is IRK Justice as a Terran player, which is pretty cool. Just ice. Shit. Listen, Dada, I need you to stop being funnier than me in my chat. I'm begging, pleading. Zephyre and Just. Oh my God, we're building the rivalries. We have to make sure they're on different teams and in the same tier, and always paired against each other when they're playing in the same week. Okay, let's see. Gateway, positioned well, assimilator coming up. Standard Protoss things. Airn is going to be getting that barracks, that assimilator, that refinery, rather. If the Terran was building an assimilator, that would have been pretty sad for them, because they can't actually mine from that. Fun fact. Actually, hold on. I'm not sure if that's true or if that's just like, well, I think that's true, that even if you control an assimilator, you can't use SCVs to mine it. I'm pretty sure you have to have pros to be able to mine it. But again, I could just be super wrong. Justice is going to get that first scout off, whereas Abgee's going in the entirely wrong direction. Donna needs to make sure Geforce is aware that the supply depot is to the right of the barracks, so that Marines can walk up and down, but Zealots do not have the proper identification. With that, yeah, we're going to see that SCV gets a full scout, sees the Protoss rave happening in the cybernetics core, so Justice can be fairly certain they are not going to be getting the the Dark Templar special. Words. Justice, meanwhile, getting their factory up, so this will be a simple factory expand. Once that mineral count hits around 400, you're going to see the command center built on location even. Feeling pretty confident that Justice is feeling pretty confident that they'll be able to defend from whatever Abgee throws at them, which is going to be this single Dragoon. Single Dragoon is pretty scary as a Terran before 5 minutes into the game. But with a Vulture, an SCV, and 3 Marines, Marines will chew through a Dragoon if it is not microed carefully. And it is not getting microed carefully. You can see that it is, maybe Abgee was using that patrol micro, which sometimes screws up a Dragoon's pathing, causes it to not attack. But with a Dragoon at this low of a health, it will not be able to do anything. It's going to have to run home and just basically be on Vulture duty all game. But this second Dragoon, this is a Dragoon with some chest hair, all right? It's going to go across the map and do some great things for Abgee. Eventually. There we go. But yeah, no. Again, fairly standard stuff. Robo Bay coming out from Abgee. So we are either going to continue down the standard line of Protoss tech where we're going to get observers really quick, or we're going to see Reaver drops. A lot of different ways the game can still kind of expand out from here. Justice, meanwhile, sending their Vulture to kind of patrol this central area here. Keep an eye out. Again, Vultures, their primary purpose is you're spending 75 minerals to own the map until the Protoss gets observers out. Okay, Robo facility is completed, so we will be looking to see what tech and is going to be observers. So again, standard Protoss stuff. The observer's going to come out, and these Dragoons are going to be discount minesweepers. Meanwhile, Justice back at home, getting their tanks out, and is going to be planning on trying to get, just solidify their base, increase the amount of factories they have. Currently only on 1, but again, they also need to be making sure that their base is defended. Spider Mines is out. I don't believe they have siege mode researched yet, otherwise this tank would not be in the bad mode of that unit. But yeah, with these Spider Mines, the Vultures are going to try to just push out, again, keep map control, but Abgee positioning their Dragoons forward so the Vultures don't even have a chance to try to slip by them. But if these Dragoons move too far out, they will get hit by some of these more aggressively placed mines. Here comes a mine at the natural third of the Protoss. Again, this is going to be to spot for when... I just threw a pen across the room. For when... I have a second one. For when Abgee tries to take that third expansion. This is essentially not going to be too hard. I mean, they could just walk a Dragoon over and tank the damage. Oh my god. I've played this custom map. Oh! And so has Abgee. My gosh. I need to find that Dragoon Sweeper custom map before. What a fucking skill play. It's not Abgee, it's actually my dude, we're CPL getting the fucking, I didn't know we had that kind of reach. That kind of pull in the pro gamer community. But yes, as Abgee's third base didn't even have to wait for the observer, as 2 Dragoons can do the trick. See, this is why other players are so much better. I would have just ran a single Dragoon in there and been like, I can take the damage, it's fine. It takes two mines to kill a Dragoon. Second, this observer is going to come up and probably get a free scout into the base unless this missile turret Goliath pair put out enough damage to kill the observer. The observer is going to get full vision, see all three, and the producing factory. There are 2 SCVs kind of in position to begin the 4th and the 5th. And let's see back at home, what is Abgee doing gateway-wise? We are getting up to 3 gateways, 4 gateways, but remember our benchmark is that Protoss needs to have double the gateways of their Terran opponent. But they only need a single Revu. What is happening? Oh my god. This is going to be very scary. That tank is one Reaver shot away, but Reavers will get eaten by a siege mode siege tank. I'm just seeing what is going on here. One factory delayed. Two factories delayed? Oh, that Scarab getting caught on the SCV mining building on top of the factory. This is why... This is what balances Reavers and keeps them from being the best unit in the game. But unfortunately, let's see that Reaver at very low health is going to return home, pick up its best friend buddy in the world. And so, you know, it always keeps that that option open for more Reaver play. We do have more casting. And you are coming in just at the right time. We are just starting Group 39. This is our first game from it. And it's already looking like a pretty good one. We've seen observerless mine snipes. It wasn't that, but we've seen spider mines. Oh, this has been a good game. These tanks coming up, sieging up on the high ground, just as, you know, a safety precaution, but only one tank is actually sieged. Let me pronunciate words. That's not a word. I don't know what I'm doing. But again, these Reavers at the front just need to, you know, keep. It's basically just telling Justice that they have to keep the Reavers in mind constantly, because at any point they could just be right here and shoot one-shot these siege tanks. Well, actually, that's what these siege tanks are here for. These are two less siege tanks than are up front. Now, are we going to see not Abgee try to bait out tank shots and get those Reapers? What can you tell me about the Reavers? The Reapers... No, fuck. The Reavers... I don't know where I was going with this. They're going to do something. They're kind of like siege tanks. Come on, Scimo. Listen. I'm as locked in as I'll ever be, and that should be scary to everyone listening. Okay, what's happening? We have an observer, and Justice is creating a very scary Terran army. So supply-wise, okay, listen. Things are getting complicated. Let's think about what our as we're watching this game and analyzing this game, what are our benchmarks? Abgee's going up to 4th base, which means that Justice is really going to need to start vying to get this 3rd, which is what this push is ultimately going to try to be getting done for them. Also, worker-wise, Justice is in the lead by about 10, which is pretty good. And supply-wise, oh god, that was both of the Reavers in that shuttle was trying to get some type of angle on this line. Oh god, lost both of it. And now we see the Terran with a supply lead on the Protoss, which is not where Abgee wants to be. But Abgee is going to have their 4th up here much faster than Justice is going to have their 3rd mining, although the command center is ready to go at a moment's notice. Abgee is kind of, again, they're moving their Dragoons over here. They're kind of recognizing that, like, if they're going to start the fight is going to start over here. And if Abgee is able to keep that, oh my gosh, one Reaver and one Zealot get into the main, going to start picking off these SCVs. And again, it's going to be the fight over this 3rd. That's going to be how Abgee wins this battle. Although the Dragoons running back could have taken those siege tanks. But again, just playing it safe. But again, now this 3rd is established and secured. There are 2 tanks sieged up, protecting it. And Abgee's going to need to take a 5th base to try and get to get the macro advantage back right now, right? Their unit advantage is going to be is not good. Terran is 20 supply ahead, so Abgee's going to need to find some other angle at which to, like, kind of claw their way into having an advantage for this late game. And I mean, they're going to have that fourth. It's going to be pretty fully saturated. That is a lot of probes. And the third base is still not mining for Justice. They are kind of just, they have 64 SCVs, but they're all hampered up on 2 bases. Third base is going to finally land. Abgee retreated all the way across back to their main just for the safety. Observer over the stars here, kind of getting a perfect look at what Justice is doing with their army. Let's just, well, actually, never mind. Not that great of a look. Sometimes when you see all the vision, you assume, you know, certain things are seen that can't actually be seen. But now here comes the big push from Justice, and it's basically a maxed army. I mean, 174, that's 110 army supply against, you know, 113 army supply for not Abgee, and that is way too close for comfort for a Protoss player, especially a Protoss player who does not have advanced tech yet. But we are going to see some drops behind onto these, some storm drops even onto that tank. Those initial tank lines, a ton of damage. Now it just needs a couple, one Dragoon shot, one splash damage, anything to take those tanks out. But they are weak, which means that Justice has to be very careful advancing here. Abgee reinforcing their army. Now the supply differential has been evened out. Both players are very even on supply, which again is favoring Terran, but it does not mean that the Terran is leagues ahead like a supply lead would indicate. But here comes a second drop. As these tanks are sieging up, they are very vulnerable to the splash damage that they cause each other. Unfortunately, the drop was just a little bit too early, and it gave just enough time for the Vultures to clear out the Zealots as they were dropped. The tanks weren't deployed to kill each other yet, and but that means, you know, again, the tanks are very, you know, very fragile, and Abgee knows what their plan is. It's to get these drops onto these tanks, and as long as they keep the shuttle alive, they still have those plays. We see the High Templar there get picked up by the shuttle, and so again, we're probably going to see storm drops again, as if Justice tries to push the issue and attack it further. There's 2 High Templar in there. They can drop and storm, and without the Goliaths to defend, as Dot in chat points out, without the Goliaths to defend from the drops, there is nothing protecting these tanks from a mass of Zealots spawning on top of them. It does not matter how much damage the Zealots themselves are doing. It matters how much the tanks are doing to themselves. Tanks are very masochistic like that. And with you know, the tank count is as close to reset as possible, but so is the entire army count of Abgee. We do have a reinforcing wave of Zealots who will get torn through these Vultures, but once the Vultures get cleaned out, Zealots are half decent at fighting tanks. They're not half decent at fighting tanks that they are ignoring, but 1 probe and 1 Zealot dealing damage, 1 probe dealing damage on a tank is going to force Justice to retreat. Again, the supply differential is still evened out. That is still the Terran's game to play, but both players basically deciding, we don't want to reinforce, we don't want to commit to this fight. Neither player felt confident that they would have come up with the upper hand, and so they both kind of, you know, simultaneously retreated back and said, okay, neither of us wants to have this fight yet. However, that is now going to put pressure on Justice to try and take this 4th, which they have an SCV set up to do, because Abgee is going ahead and taking their 5th. And if Abgee is able to secure this 5th, the 6th is pretty easy. And then the question of what Justice's 5th is going to be a little bit more complicated. We also see Abgee start introducing a bit more tech there, getting Reaver damage. The Reaver damage upgrade, which is pretty funny. Oh my god. Okay, we are seeing drops. We're seeing drops in the main in that 4th base. Both of these shuttles, I believe, are empty, but that is a dead worker. Well, no, it is a scared worker line. But again, when that was the only mining base of Justice, I mean, it doesn't matter if you kill the worker line or not. If it's not mining, that's your fucking goal. And you can see here the minerals trickling in for Justice are not going to be enough. But as the SCVs are coming back, they are going to be able to keep mining. But again, this 4th base still not up. Abgee has a pretty well saturated 5th of their own, and now Abgee may be feeling pretty confident to try and take some more aggressive trades. However, their army still is positioned back here. They are not in a place where they can contend with this Terran army. And they haven't quite gotten the income in where they can contend with that Terran army again. I think there's no arbiters here, there's no carriers. We're relying on some very technical Templar and Reaver drop play, which is very effective, especially when you're, again, denying 50% of your opponent's income by forcing a command center to lift off. But with that, like, again, he's going to have to, pull all these SCVs back, re-land that command center. It's taxing the attention of Justice while this army is coming up and is going to try and start dealing with these tanks. Unfortunately, the Reavers are kind of stupid and they attack really slow. So if you don't have a force distracting this tank core, if you're not dropping right on top of them, you will not get your Reaver shots. But again, army size is still pretty even. And it's just going to be really anybody's game to see how these engagements are taken. Justice attacking kind of in this line formation again. It's very difficult. Huge storm hitting a lot of tanks. Big defensive matrix on the front tank, giving it a bunch of extra HP, making sure that as the vanguard of the Terran push, it will not fall and protect and save all these backline tanks. But, I mean, again, the supply was even, and then they both lost a ton of units, and one of the player rebuilt their supply, and the other is having difficulties getting back up to that 160 range. So again, it is we're seeing these macro issues kind of come to fruition, but this heavy Dragoon army is going to have a hard time actually taking advantage of these exposed tanks at just in time as these vultures come in and begin protecting them again, as the push from Justice is going to start moving towards Abgee's natural. And again, I keep saying again, but I mean, we see this is without a lot of technical complexity in the Protoss army. The supply differential can be massive. It can even be 50. But without arbiters, and I am saying this too soon, we do see some really good storms, an army that is overextended, and yeah, it turns out a lot of that Terran supply is being hooked up in these siege tanks back here, and Abgee is finally able to take that fight. I don't know how many units were in that shuttle, but it couldn't have been good for Abgee. But again, we're getting to a situation where it can't be too good for Justice. Their supply has completely cracked. They are basically, their 2 mining bases are too far forward to be able to defend, that the slightest bit of pressure put on either of them will probably cause them to fall. But we see Abgee, this dynamic has played over and over again in this game, where both players, they take really unsure fights. It could go either way, but we've seen the Terran in a position of strength kind of retreat and play it safe, and now we're seeing Abgee in a pretty good position as well, kind of retreat and play it safe, where they aren't trying to commit too much of their army. They're waiting for the shuttles to get built back up, and they're going to rely more on these drops instead of their army's positioning to try and deal with what Justice is capable of. But again, like when you're playing, it's playing cautiously, but when you're playing cautiously, especially in these mid-game, especially in these scrappy games like this, is that you're frequently allowing time for your opponent to rebuild, which is exactly the type of opportunity that Justice needs, and Justice is taking full advantage of. Abgee, meanwhile, is building up their army. There is their drop. There we are going to see a storm right on top of the SCVs, right on top of the retreating SCVs. Unfortunately, they weren't quite weakened enough, and they are able to run out before the High Templar are able to take them over. However, the attention paid to the 4th means that there wasn't attention paid to the 3rd, and we see that 60 SCV count cut in half as 2 High Templar do a very clean storm on the 3rd base of Justice. And a lot of those macro problems that we were seeing 5-6 minutes ago are going to start rearing their heads, where at this point, like, Justice is getting their 5th base, but Abgee's getting their 6th. They aren't equalizing the economic advantage here, and I mean, look at the supply. Terran can do a lot with the supply differential, but once you start getting to plus 70, plus 80 for the Protoss, that's going to start being the position where the Protoss can start fighting even through the efficiency of a siege tank. it is looking very much like Abgee's game to win at this point. With maxed army, banking it up so they can instantly remax as soon as they start taking negative engagements. This is going to allow Abgee to start being way more aggressive than they otherwise would. And it's going to mean that Justice is going to demand like almost like mechanical and positional perfection in order to deal with this complete like difference in economy and army size. But we are seeing what could maybe be considered a weakness of, oh no, the SCVs. Dude, these third base SCVs, they just do not want to work, and they are not helping Justice's case here. Justice is having a hard time getting the economy and the army ready, and these SCVs have decided that they are not contributing. And for that, Abgee is going to thank them by sending in a couple of zealots and handing out flyers that are deadly or something. I'm losing the metaphor here. They're dead. The SCVs are gonna die. And we see Abgee, I mean, Justice tried to take this as their sixth base, or as their fifth base rather, and we see Abgee comes over here, denies it, takes it in their place. Justice, is going to clean up this third base one more time, but I mean, the command center is burning down. There's only 24 SCVs. A lot of them, well, a good number of them are mining at this fourth here, and Justice has room for bases. But at this point, that massive Psystorm killing 30 SCVs earlier is just crippled them from being able to actually command a late game Terran strategy. And so Abgee at a certain point, with the shuttles, with how much they've been picking apart Justice's economy, like they're one just a move fight away from just going, oh, okay, I'll just a move, lose all my units, a move, and we'll start seeing more of that, I think. However, but again, yeah, I don't know. It's just we'll have to see what the exact angle of attack Abgee is going to be looking for. This observer in the third is still alive, so Abgee knows that if they want to keep dropping, they can keep dropping, and Justice does scan, see that the shuttles are moving that way, but their army is just way too out of position. They are moving a couple of vultures over to try and maybe set up some preemptive spider mines, but I mean, how much are they really going to be able to do? If you set up spider mines in your mineral line, one of the risks is that the spider mines will kill your workers, but another drop here kills off that siege tank. The observer sees the spider mine, gets that off, and this space is going to be firmly denied. The entire army here is going to have to retreat, but these vultures are going to run back, try to save it, but that is going to leave a lot of tanks vulnerable. They're going to have to also retreat, and Abgee is just going to be, well, again, looking for engagements and fights and wherever they need to go. GGs are called by Justice as they realize that without that third base, they will not have the economy to deal with an Abgee who's all over the map, and Abgee is going to take our first game of Group 39. You say a name so many times it stops sounding like a real word. Boop. Alright, let's see. Where's our .txt file? That is going to be a victory for Abgee over Justice. And that does update. Time to see who Abgee's second opponent of the day is going to be, and it is going to be Abgee versus LandValueTaxMax as in our PvP match here. Yeah, I'm excited. Protoss v Protoss. These are my people. I will love to see. Hopefully, we see not one, but 2 gates from a player. Maybe even, dare I say, a cannon rush, but regardless, here we go in the bottom left corner as the bluish, grayish, I think that's just the normal blue. We have, it's not Abgee, but it actually is. Against their opponent in the top left corner, playing as the, yeah, it is not the actual blue, playing as the actual normal red Protoss. It is LandValueTaxMax. I am going to have to figure out a way to shorten that name because that is going to be very difficult to say repeatedly with much haste. Alright, both players placing their pylons down near the ramp. They know. But other than that, nothing crazy. Of course, this is going to be the moment where we see if anything does go. Well, I guess if we had seen an early scouting probe, it'd be something crazy. But looks like both of them are positioning to build gateways, and that is going to be the case. So there's going to be a gateway scout from either player. Not Abgee is going to be moving. Looks like they are going to be moving to the right, while LVTMax is going to be moving down. And, yeah. They're going to get that early first scout. Both players building assimilators, so we are not seeing a 2 gates from either player. It's fine. I was spoiled in Group 1, but that does not mean there can't still be something weird happening. Cybernetics core going down for Abgee. I should imagine that a slightly later cybernetics core is going to be going down for LVTM. Nope, that doesn't work either. We're going to keep trying different name shortenings till one feels right. But yeah, Abgee getting their second pylon, while maybe TaxMax, LandValueTaxMax. Well, you know, like Max Packs and Starcraft 2, we can call them TaxMax. That's a hard. It's a confusing name there. Taco Bell. We have our red Protoss player. Maybe we'll be informed at some point of a good shortening or a preferred shortening. But we see that because you could say land. For land, you could go from the start and say land. You could go from the back and say max. So it's a hard. Listen, being a caster is hard work. You have to make these life and death decisions. But again, no. Okay, back to reality. We were seeing just standard play. Both players getting their Dragoon range, staying on top of their macro. We do see a bit of a supply block for both players, as both kind of get a little bit late on their 25 pylon. Abgee adding in their robotics facility, whereas TaxMax, I see it just, I don't know. TaxMax does kind of, I'm getting distracted. TaxMax is just more focusing on building the Dragoons out. Might be saving up for an expansion, in which case we will be seeing, oh, they are building a scouting pylon out here at the third. Oh, we are seeing, my god. I thought just because the 2 gateways were not built within the first 2 minutes that we wouldn't see proxy gateways or anything of some such sort. But in fact, we are going to see a massive gateway push here from LandValueTaxMax. I think like in the dramatic moments you say the full thing, right? as, you know, not Abgee has not scouted the base. You know, they haven't seen what's going on because you generally don't as Protoss, but they are going for observers, maybe expecting, you know, being safe against DTs, but going for the Reavers. But if they're expecting something like a 3-gate goon to come in, oh, great pullback on the Dragoon there, but if they're expecting something like a 3-gate goon, and it ends up being 5 gateways. Ooh, the weakened Dragoon a little bit out front, but Zealot's going to try to chase them back up the ramp. Okay, the protection Zealot is now gone, but we now see 4 Dragoons in production, 3 Dragoons in production, all building, probably from these, oh my gosh, and great target fires here from LVTM. TaxMax. I'm not sold on any specific one yet. Now, normally you say, okay, well, you know, the Reaver is what defends the space, and the Reaver will probably keep the main alive. But that's 400 minerals put into this Nexus that actually, if the Reaver isn't out, the Reaver does have to build Scarabs. If TaxMax pushes their way up the thing and catches the Reaver as it is being constructed, they even target fire their own Dragoon to say, I don't even need all my Dragoon shots, and that, wow, is a bit of an anticlimactic GG there as the surprise 4-gate even, it's not even 5-gate, the surprise proxy 3-gate Dragoon push completely shatters not Abgee's more traditional play, and that is, quite frankly, really fucking cool. I'm sorry. I love cheese. Is my favorite. A good Parmigiano. But with that, okay, where's my scene transition? Let's see. That was Abgee versus LandValueTaxMax. That's gonna be 1 point on the board for LVTM. Who I do not recognize, so I think they might even be new to CPL. That was a great first impression. They might have played last season, or they're using a different name, but every time I see a Protoss I don't recognize and they do something like that, it makes me a little bit happier. But we will follow LandValueTaxMax to their second opponent, a CPL regular who's been in many a one before. It is going to be LVTM versus attentat. Let's go ahead and start up that replay. Go, 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 go. It's Maxa. Okay. I remember Maxa. At the very least, oh god, my transition, my stream. Okay, there we go. No, yes. I at least remember them from their name. In the top right corner, we have Max Hexe, who is now currently going under the pseudonym. So are they off racing and that's why they changed the name? Or are they just like, you know what? I have strong opinions about appropriate taxation policies. The answer, we may never know. Anyways, their opponent, they've won one game and they're now going up against their second, attentat. In the light pink Protoss in the bottom right, we will probably do the top versus bottom just to, you know, just to, make the replay look a little bit clearer. And yeah, we're going to see, maybe. See, I would say we're seeing standard play from both players, but there was a proxy 3-gate in game 1, so you can't, it's really hard to know what to expect at this point. PvP is kind of like, it's the circus, and we all bought tickets to the clown show. We wouldn't have it any other way. There is going to be a slight difference in scouting, as neither player is scouting in the correct direction. They both decided that they want to play a horizontal game when the game is vertical. And with that, how embarrassing would it be if the gateway was built back here? Hilarious. Anyways, attentat seconds, microseconds, picoseconds ahead in terms of the standard Protoss build. But I mean, that's enough for them to have a 50 gas lead, which means that they're going to have their Dragoons and their range out a little bit faster. That might be important, you know? It's what I really appreciate about mirror matches is how I think like mirror matches are as close to like a pure game of like skill as you can get, because it literally is just like on the margins, what are you doing, right? There's no way, you can't be like, oh, an Arbiter recalled into my main Protoss OP, and you can't be like, oh, Terran siege tanks killed every single Dragoon that I've ever built, even in the past, and I've lost games in the past because of this game. It's just literally like you're playing the same game as your opponent, same with all the same shit, and it is just purely who's doing better. I think an important element of any cast is the caster subtly introducing their biases and spreading the propaganda to their viewers. And if we finish this group with a mental breakdown, you know what, you gotta break down before you build back up. And I'm gonna be the best dang standard playing Protoss CPL 12 has ever seen. You don't want to see the Scimo breakdown, because listen, the alternative to clown shit is not standard play. It's bad standard play, and none of us want to see that. My God. Meanwhile, the alternative to fucking, I don't know. Is this the same game? Is this the same game? Robotics facility on the way. Come on, attentat, expand. You know it's good for you. Don't you want a macro? Don't you want to play a good, honest, clean game of StarCraft where it all comes down to who macros better and who positions better and who makes smart tech choices? Don't you want that? Don't you believe in your opponent's attentat, in the goodwill of the Protoss community, that is what the type of game that they want to play too? Attentat says no. Attentat says, I don't trust like that. And if we see an immediate Reaver build before expansion, Attentat might be running away in this game a little bit scarier. My God. The Observer first. Is it going to be enough? But Attentat is another one where it's like, you say it so many times. It's very, very similar. But here's the thing. Attentat's not on the low ground. Attentat doesn't have a Nexus to kill. Attentat has a Zealot and a Dragoon body blocking. And so what's the play here, right? Can these Dragoons force their way up the ramp in time for the Reaver? 4 more Dragoons on the way, as now Attentat knows what's going on. Attentat sees that Dragoon count, and look, there's 7 Dragoons. 7's not that much a bigger number than 5, especially when you consider the high ground, and especially when you see all these missed shots. Oh no, but there is an opening, and if LandValueTax gets these up, excellent shots again. We saw this in game 1, excellent target firing, but the Dragoon, the Reaver is about to spawn. There are Dragoons on the way, but Both of the Dragoons up here are low. The Reaver is going to spawn just in time. We have 2 healthy Dragoons and a Reaver, and now is going to be extremely difficult for land value tax. Maybe land value is a good shortening, where it's going to be extremely difficult for land value to break through this. One shot completely clears the shields on those Dragoons. They're going to have to try to dive the Reaver, but if they dive the Reaver, they're going to die to the 3 Dragoons. And attentat has closed land value's window of opportunity to end the game. That was just wonderful work, and I can't help but agree. We saw in game 1 what it was the excellent target firing and micro from land value got them into the natural, got them up the ramp, and attentat said 2 can play at that game. Held the ramp, didn't try to fight for the expansion, didn't try to, didn't even expand in the first place, which is its own bit of safety. But now with a Reaver and a shuttle, and a Reaver on the way, but a shuttle is the second most vulnerable place for a Reaver to be. The second is being within a cluster of Dragoons. Well, we can see the gateway count for attentat is pretty high. He has 9 more probes, and in these low econ games, that really does matter. And with the shuttle, land value is going to have to be constantly acknowledging the risk. This shuttle could just run up to their main and kill all their. Oh my God, amazing Reaver shot! But the Reaver gets sniped, and the Dragoons are going to try to fight at the ramp to get the second Reaver. The second Reaver is going to live because, again, if you're trying to fire down the Reaver, you're not going to get the Dragoons. Land value tax. GG's out. It looked like they might have had a chance there, but unfortunately, attentat's economy was about to kick in and really run away with the game, showing that cheese never pays, kids. All right. Cheese actually pays all the time. You just gotta know it. I don't know. Well, let's get our next game set up. I don't know who's playing what. Okay, so we've done Abgee versus Justice, Abgee versus LandValueTaxMax, and then LVTM versus attentat. Our next game is going to be attentat versus Justice. We have a Protoss versus Terran in store. Let's see how that goes. Okay, let me get the transition going. All right. In the bottom left as our blue Protoss. Oh, let me actually be in the game when I do this. As our blue Protoss player, we have attentat. And in the top, hold on, is this their real colors? It's not. In the top, we have the white Terran player, Justice. No probe going for a cannon rush, so almost would believe that these are good players. Some may say that this is the case. So, pylon in the main, supply depot being built down low. Very, very standard. Nothing crazy yet. No pylon scout for maybe a gas steal. But we should see, a gateway and a simulator. And we should see like a barracks. And then we'll probably see if it's going to be a gasless expand. Or if, we're just going, again, stick with the standard builds and go for, like, gas and maybe a factory expand. Oh, shit, wait. I thought we were following this second probe here. Running on their way over is going into the bottom right. Yeah. unfortunately, this is not a 1v1v1v1. And so no one has spawned in the bottom right. Meanwhile, Justice is going to get the first scout with their SCV heading down. And it does look like it is going to be barracks then gas. So we're expecting to see a factory expand here coming up pretty soon. We are also seeing over back in the base of attentat just the cybernetics core, mine and gas, only one gateway, nothing crazy. Imagine he makes 3 gateways. Don't. Oh my gosh, there's a perfect, you can build it in the expansion that's right here on Radeon. It'd be so good. They'd never check it. But yeah, I wonder if there's a way you could trick a Terran if you build your assimilator early to have enough gas to have the cyber core spinning, to then they go and say, oh, the cyber core is spinning, but then you're not off of building like a proxy citadel of a dune or something. And then they go, wow, they're really, the you know, there isn't really it's really taking a long time for that Dragoon to pop out. But in reality, there's 3 gateways in a Templar Archives at your 4th base. No barracks either for a command center on location. Again, you always got to be a little careful. Dragoons can kill Marines, but if microed incorrectly, the DPS of 3 Marines is pretty crazy. And without Dragoon range, it is really hard to actually do that micro. And it looks like attentat agrees. Vulture, meanwhile, is going to run out and try to come into the back. This Dragoon might have to just sit back at the base and hold. And yeah, I think that blocks the ramp. Sometimes it's hard to tell. But here comes the Vulture, looking for something to pick off, or at least just to have a bit of vision over Attentat's base. Meanwhile, Justice, their second, is getting up pretty smoothly. See a siege tank and spider mine research. Oh, there's a guy here. There's a guy. There's a, you know, anything? No, the guy. Guy. There's a guy. This is the this is the guy from the first Avatar movie. Or I guess the Avatar movies, now that they've made many of them. He's come to live with the aliens. He's realized that the ways of the Terran threaten the natural balance of this space station or something, I guess. So he wants to become one of them. Except instead of Avatar, where they accept him eventually, they blow him up with phaser rifle. Phaser fire. What the fuck is the green weapon? A phase disruptor. He's gonna cut down the rich trees of the bottom left Protoss base. They really did just say, "Wait, hey, we need a name for this rock that's really hard to get." Well, if it's so unobtainable, why don't you call it unobtainium? They gave that man like $500 billion to make 30 Avatar movies. Fucking cinema. Anyways. Tentat's getting a 3rd. That's pretty cool. Oh, fuck. Siege mode. Research on the way. Tentat. Really good wall here. I remember seeing it queued up to like Avatar 9. That's crazy. Someone needs to stop James Cameron. What's he doing? Anyways, here's some vultures. Play the game of how long does it take vultures to kill pylons. Let's see. Okay. With the observers now out, the Dragoons can move easily across the map, scouting for mines and making sure that they don't randomly die or anything. We're going to probably see some gateways start getting added on here, as the second and third observers are going to start beelining straight to the Terran base and try and catch how many factories Justice is macroing up to. Now Justice, well, I thought that was a command center, never mind. Justice, meanwhile, is building their second factory. So yeah, both players are kind of just taking it easy and taking their standard tech paths through the like early, the late early game, right? I'd say, mid game is probably right around when you get to about 10 minutes or so. Then late game is like 20 minutes. And then sometimes vultures just get into your base, I guess. But see, this is if I were playing, the vultures would get into my base because I don't know how to build these types of walls. It's literally impossible. But with the Dragoons kind of protecting the main road, the probes will be moving around and getting in towards the main mineral line here. Both players just doing basic game stuff. Yeah, there is a 15 worker differential, which speaks to kind of Justice's ability to macro. And we saw this in the in their other game as well, where they had a very nice lead on workers throughout most of the game up until storm drops happened. And so, attentat will be catching up here eventually. They do have 3 nexuses. But there is going to be a question of what exactly Justice's plan is here. Science vessels are going to be coming out here pretty soon, so that's going to be able to clear observers, DTs if they happen. And we can see that third command center getting started, so that we see that third command center getting started so that Justice can kind of be ready, because attentat is going to be looking to take this fourth here pretty soon. I believe the oh gosh, I used to know the Protoss expansion benchmark. It was like every 3 minutes you get your natural, and then after that's done, it's like every 3 minutes or so you're trying to add on an extra expansion. This observer does see everything. Good little siege line there for Justice. Attentat has a bulk of Dragoons, and oh my god. Well, we are going up the 12 gateways, and you know what? That is about how many you need. There are 5 factories in the main of Justice, and our benchmark is you gotta have 2x gateways. I'm just not used to seeing them. Also, this is a really clean like SimCity. You can tell attentat has been practicing. This is the type of SimCity that won them the other game. Not so much whatever's happening here, but this Dragoon is demanding that he be paid attention to before he allows other Dragoons to freely go out on the map. And so, they're kind of having a little dance party to try to sway this Dragoon that moving is actually really cool and awesome. A third base for Justice set up. We'll probably start getting have workers sent to it right about now, which is what we are seeing with our very eyes. While attentat is going to be playing Minesweeper with the Dragoons, just clearing out the pathways that this army is going to take later to try and start putting pressure on this Terran line here. Now, they are getting to the point where they have a lot of Dragoons, and I was going to say there should probably be switching to Zealots soon, and of course I look into the top left corner and there are 12 Zealots in production. So, yeah. Attentat is playing Protoss. A lot of, that's right, Attentat is a Zerg player normally, right? My gosh, I caught, someone else was off racing. He's like, oh my god. Yeah, some feel T like this one. Yeah. Huh. Ten is a Zerg name, and Justice is a Footstar gaming. Yeah, so a lot of off racing happening, which is pretty cool. You'll love to see it. It's a it keeps the game fresh, you know. Bro, what is going on, dude? Yeah, I again, listen, the chat, this is why the chat has to be on, because it's as good an observer as me. Like, our players being at, just as being at 70 SCVs is pretty insane. Attentat at 62, not slouching either, is on 62 probes. So there is a lot of stuff happening. A lot of minerals being mined, a lot of gas getting extracted. And, yeah. Attentat can attack into that, probably. They have arbiters up, so we do see that you know, both players are now securely in their sort of mid-game. I mean, I would maybe arguably even late game, depending on how you define it. Maybe 14 minutes is a good late game where they're both maxed, and now it's really going to depend on trades and bases, right? And yeah, Shimmer points out in the chat, P absolutely does need a corner base. Again, a thing we keep, the benchmarks is what the Protoss needs to always be a base ahead for the game to be even. And so, you know, Attentat has a dominating maxed out army. It's really, you know, even though a maxed out Terran army absolutely clears a maxed out Protoss army. Let me move the camera so that we're right in on the action. An Arbiter comes forward. There is no stasis before it's picked off by the Goliath. Now there's no cloak handling this ability. There's a huge chunk of Zealots being blocked by the Dragoons, but they are still going to filter forward. The Siege Tanks are doing a ton of damage, but however, there's a huge clump of Vultures here that aren't really engaging and blocking the Zealots. The Zealots are getting on top of these top Siege Tanks right here as Defense Matrix goes down. And as the Zealots get cleared out, the Dragoons are going to start getting cleared out as well. And we can see by the end of this, 80 army tossed away by Attentat, 60 army tossed away by Earth Justice, as both players are going to have to start trying to remax. And yeah, that was that was a terrible. The Arbiter's getting sniped before stasis is happening. A second Arbiter being available down here and not coming up and stasising some of these lower tanks to completely get them out of the fight and really push this top area. Oh, the Arbiter! The Arbiter was moved just out of enough of a way for the tanks to aggro that clump of units into dying. Well, let's kind of reset here. Where are we at now? Because that was actually, looking at the supply, looking at the army count, we could see that, like, Terran's doing great at this point, right? Terran maxed out. Terran is now banking minerals again. Attentat is still 50 supply down. So remember, max versus max is okay, because Protoss is supposed to be able to remax faster than Terran. But we can see, like, well, so we ask why. It's like, okay, so this Attentat, this fourth base is still very prime for harvesting. And it really does come down to how, you know, cautious is Justice going to feel, right? Did that attack get Justice on enough of a back foot that Justice is going to only attack when they are like clearly safe, or are they going to give attentat the time they need to start saturating this 4th base, to start getting this 5th base, to start taking a corner base, to start getting that late game Protoss macro that they need to contend with the Terran. Justice very close to losing their 2nd base, so they will be need to be getting onto their 4th very soon. Is this a recall? It looks like a recall. It is a raw stasis. So this is time to Justice is trying to push out at this point. So if this engagement does go through, if attentat decides that this is something they want to commit to, they do have reinforcements coming in. There is a clump of tanks that are having issues. But I'm hearing a lot of zealot death sounds, and I'm not seeing a lot of tanks die. However, those zealots are still looking pretty healthy, and those vultures are going to be too late to save them. It turns out this clump was actually huge, and as these dragoons are going to get on top of these tanks, and I mean the battle is just like, yeah, it's now back onto attentat, who's now going to be on top of these tanks, on top of these vultures, and able to snipe them out. Wonderful defense matrix. Justice has been very good about those, but I don't think a defense matrix is going to stop 6, 7, 8 dragoons and this streaming Protoss army coming to the base. They've completely cut off the natural from the 3rd, and if this army decides to dive in, there's not too many spider mines to front. Of course, I mean, a zealot can tank them. Okay, there goes those zealots, but I mean, they've cleared the spider mines, and now they have full reign onto these SCVs. Justice does not have the army to come in and try and deflect this. Their siege tanks are going to have to be able to defend the natural. I think attentat just is going to really punish a Justice the same way that our first Protoss did, which is hammering this 3rd base. Now, there are no storms, which means that these SCVs are going to take a while to die, and that is going to give Justice plenty of time. However, these zealots are going to start streaming in. They are going to start taking out these tanks. And I mean, listen, Goliaths are good, vultures are good. They're not gonna beat dragoons. You need tanks to beat dragoons, and Justice agrees with that. And GG's out of the game. I definitely don't think it was a lost game there. I think Justice could have, it more forcefully tried to just push the issue to save the 3rd, pull the SCVs, but they called the game there. Understandably, like, that 3rd was their lifeblood at that point. They had to save it or they would lose, but and they just made the call that they didn't think they'd be able to save it. But yeah, we'll look at the attentat. Takes their 2nd game. Damn. I had to stretch after that one. Alright, let's find out where's our little thing attentat getting their game off of Justice. We will then save that. That should update there. There we go. And we'll set up our next game. And I think that might have been our last attentat game of the day. Yes. So, we did only have 6 games from this group. Attentat played in 2 of them, but they won both of them, so congrats to Attentat. Next, so we'll just reset going from the top. Our next match is going to be IRK Hexe versus Justice. Let me check. Okay, yeah, and we're going to hop right into that game. So Justice has been through the gauntlet this first week of preseason, because this is going to be their 3rd PVT. And as we are all aware, that's not a match Terran players are particularly fond of. But, 3 chances, and this time Justice, instead of being in the top left, is in the bottom right as the light gray Terran this time. Hang on, what am I hanging on for? Hexe is indeed playing Protoss. We are having so many. Is Hexe normally? Hold on, I'm gonna guess Terran. Normally Z. That was my second guess. Damn, I was close. that's a lot of Protoss. Listen, don't. There's a lot of Protoss conversions. Yeah, no, that's pretty crazy. Is this going to be the season? Listen, I've been talking about it for a little bit. I've been thinking about it a lot. Do I switch for Zerg just for ZVZ? Is the question. Probably not. A lot of oh shit. Hexe playing, and this is the dedication some of our great CPL players have, is Hexe is on the International Space Station. Hexe is actually keyed in to the satellite that runs the BattleNet servers. So that's pretty exciting. They should take some screenshots or some pictures while they're up there. Yeah, so we are going to see first scout here from Hexe. Unfortunately, for Hexe, the refinery is up. We're gonna see what the probe doing. You know, is it gonna keep trying to harass the SCVs, or is it just there for information and is gonna run out? Here's my message history. What button does that? It's so funny. Does that work on the numpad? So fun fact, the numpad plus opens your message history. Amazing. Anyways, wow, that SCV is almost dead. What's Hexe doing back at their base? Standard stuff. They have their assimilator. They have their cybernetics core on the way. They are getting their first zealot. So maybe they want to, move the zealot out and just kind of scare the Terran a little bit. It's a pretty not free thing to do, but if you're a more aggressive player, getting that first zealot or two and then just saying, you know what, I think I can ruin your day, right? The factory is still being built, and it takes 2 zealot hits and I think 2 probe hits kill a marine. So there is a level of like, oh my gosh, by the way, Hexe is really new to playing Protoss. Well, Hexe kind of is understanding what Protoss is about. Ooh. Like, first few days of playing, nah, Hexe gets it. Hexe understands. Look at that. Look at that micro. And there's a second zealot. No, get the other marine. The Protoss, the other marine, you got this. Oh, dude, Hexe is gonna be insane once they understand, once they know. I will take Hexe's first few days of playing Protoss. He still killed 2 Marines and an SCV with the Zealot and Probe attack, which is like 3. Oh man. And there's the 3rd Marine, right? Like, so with the Vulture, and it's a okay, got it. Updating player information. So Hexe, she is, I mean, listen, first few days of playing Protoss, right? She is doing this to punish Airn playing P in Starcraft 2, I hope. Listen, the micro for killing the Marines, great job. Listen, if she's doing that day 2 of Protoss, preseason week 2, it's gonna be a slaughterhouse. Let's see. Okay, so so her actions are all based on being mean to Airn somehow. So that could well be. Well, then you have a bit of a. That's okay. That we accept those actions, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Protoss. What are we doing? So, both players expanded. Listen, we're unlocking some of that some of that lore that makes you talk to fish people or something. I think that's what Cthulhu was about. is fish people and then playing Protoss. I'm pretty sure H.P. Lovecraft mentions Protoss players specifically. Although knowing H.P. Lovecraft, that's not the word he used. Never mind. That's not a good bit. There's spider mines. I need to stop. Okay. There's spider mines. What the fuck's happening? There's a siege tank. There's marines. This is really bad for Protoss. That spider mine weakening Dragoon and killing 2 is really bad. Dragoons are fully dead. The tank is being soloed by a probe who unfortunately had not learned how to do his invincibility rolls yet. And so, you know, the build was just all incorrect. The probe didn't have any summons left. And yeah, this with the fall of this natural, it is probably going to be likely that Hexe is not going to be feeling too great about this game. Terran is going to be up a base. Terran is going to be having the low ground contained, denying the Protoss natural. It's going to be really hard to try to figure out a way to break that. Luckily, yes. So, this is, you know, Hexe, if she just started playing Protoss, she might not know this yet. So it's, you know, it's some of the more advanced tech, but there are, like, you know, you can do some hotkeys. You can do, you know, the little laser that does a bunch of damage to things in a line. You know, once she figures out how to do the time stop, these problems won't be happening. But yes, this is looking pretty close to a hard contain. We are getting shuttles, so again, Hexe does have a pretty good idea of what they're doing. Those shuttles are going to be really important to breaking out of this, because once this tank gets into siege mode, you're going to need to be dropping on top of the tank and trying to kill it. Now, luckily, Dragoon range is going to let them start taking hot shots at this bunker, and it's going to be really hard for Hexe to hold that, but if that siege tank is used too aggressively, the Dragoons can try to dive and take it out, and that's going to end the contain. But unfortunately, the siege tank is going to get into siege mode, and now we're going to need probably like some zealots dropped on top of it while the Dragoons are taking out the bunker. Now, problematically for Hexe, behind all of this, so Hexe has the play. Like, Hexe has an out here still, but the issue is that this was not a hard commitment by Justice. They were still playing fairly reasonably standard, right? This was just they got a massive advantage off of a very, very well executed spider mine push. And so behind this, it's not like Justice has committed their entire economy to a contain. Justice has basically been able to manage a contain with a single siege tank and a single vulture and incidental marines. Now, so if we look back at home, there is not what you would think sort of fast attacking, hard contain like main base would look like. Normally you'd say, oh, all these tanks would be coming out here to reinforce this contain. So Hexe is going to have to try to figure out how to maneuver out of this. And if they mistakenly think that they can kind of move around and do a counterattack, that's going to be a big problem. And right now, Justice, that macro, 42 SCVs, a contain up, macroing up, a slight supply lead, but like, that Justice macro. See, now Justice also knows what's going on behind this contain. But again, tanks are sieged up at the natural. Infinity Dragoons is not going to bust 3 siege tanks sieged at a Terran natural. And unfortunately, it's just not how math works. Albert Einstein figured this out in the 1930s. It's actually one of his more little-known laws that he developed. Or theories, rather. It actually is a law. There's a difference. One is scientifically reproducible, so that's why relativity is just a theory, is because technically a human being can't observe it, but the universe, everything we can observe about the universe tells us that the theory of relativity is true, but we can't actually observe the theory, the math of the theory itself. It's like gravity or for some reason or something. There's like something about gravity. You can observe relativity. God damn it. Then why is it a theory? Shit. Put a clock on a satellite. I can observe. Okay, listen. All right, listen. Just because apparently there's a bunch of intelligent people who can actually who actually know what they can and cannot observe doesn't mean that I thought you couldn't. Anyways, the contain broke. We have zealots, so we're like Hexe is now. She's gotten back into the game, right? She can get her expansion. The problem is, probe production has been kind of stalled at 22 probes this entire time. She's been focused on trying to break the contain or build up the army for a counterattack. And Justice, who again did not dedicate a bunch of resources into holding that contain, basically has an army that is just a normal Terran army with an economy that's a normal Terran economy. So there's really no downside to what Justice did, whereas Hexe is having to play catch up on a bunch of different angles. And we can kind of see that in action with this army where Hexe is just having to retreat and figure out, unravel the puzzle of how exactly they're going to get back into this game. It's going to start with this Nexus. They may even, in my unprofessional opinion, I would say even just immediately taking a third. My God, I'm actually goated. So this is an extremely risky third, right? But you have to just be throwing out Hail Marys. You know your army is never going to beat this army. So you're kind of you just have to bet that the Terran also doesn't know what's going on. But Justice knows what's going on. Justice is observing the relativity of these two opposing forces. Is that third Nexus placed correctly? Yeah, that looks right, I think. Yeah, that looks right. I think when it spawns, it'll look right. Yeah. So, anyways, while we're kind of watching some maneuvers, there is a brief attempt at a counterattack here. Well, the Marines aren't dead yet, so I mean they are great. Wow. Marines pretty good. Anyways, oof. So here comes the big attack, right? Now the question is, what exactly? The comset station up here kind of tells Justice all that they need to know. They're going to see some zealots that these vultures probably can trade with, and that's the army for Hexe, and she's GG's, and that is going to be the game right there. All right, now listen. Okay, yeah, sorry. GG's, Justice is going to get revenge on the Protoss Menace and pick up the win there. As I am going to go and set up our next scene, returning us back to the scorecard. Whoop, you didn't see anything. Setting up our next game and putting in Justices. 1 point over Hexe. Okay, while I am setting up this game, what the hell is the difference between a theory and a law? I thought it was the observation thing. Right? There's the law of gravity, but there's the theory of relativity, but I'm intelligent people smarter than me in chat. Scientific law describes what happens under certain conditions. And a theory does... what happens under certain conditions. Theory, I think, is why something happened. Theory is the generally accepted thing. What's my last game? Whatever we watch. Law would be what something does if X occurs, of how/y something occurs. I'm losing it. Okay, wait a minute. So... We have one more game in this group, and I need to cast it. Our last game for the group, I think, because we have 6, and we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so our last game is gonna be Justice versus LandValueTaxMax, and wouldn't you guess it's gonna be on Radeon? So okay, so just for the people at home, because I perfectly understand what is being said in chat. Hold on. Just so chat is on screen for the YouTube VOD. Unless Dada cuts this all out. So a theory of something, for something to graduate to an accepted theory means that there is a comprehensive, well-supported. Okay, so a theory of something is comprehensive and well-supported, but it's not like we're not like 100% on it. So the law are the things that we're 100% that this is something that happens and this is why it works. So like gravity is a theory because we all agree gravity exists and we all know what happens when there's gravity and we all can kind of be like, okay, there's this much gravity going on. But like my understanding from I don't know, randomly hearing things. So gravity is a theory, and thing go up, thing come down is the law. But the reason that gravity itself is the theory is because that we don't know why exactly gravity is doing its thing. And we 100% that evolution is a thing happening. They're critical. Okay, I see. So like because we can't like say, oh, this bird is going to grow a larger beak in exactly 1,000 years, and then its offspring are going to have all larger beaks, like on that island, I think, from my high school science class. Because we can't say for certain, that's why it's not the law. Okay, so you're going to have on obviously here. So that effect is a law, but we don't know wait, like you can watch why. Okay. Because the law is gravity, but the theory for why the law works is relativity. Because of time. And I think magnets are involved, I've been informed, at some point, right? Who says you can't learn something playing video games? Shit. Effing magnets, how do they work? I don't think we ever figured that one out. Still an open question as far as I'm concerned. Theories that Protoss triggers Terran, but the law... That's pretty good. That's the theory. Yeah, Protoss triggers Terran. Oh shit, that's funny. Anyways, here's Justice. Wait, is this another PvP? Jesus Christ, are we on Justice's 4th PvT? Wait, hold on. Did we already do Justice? Hold on, fuck. Oh god, I'm so bad. Okay, yeah, we haven't done this one. I'm losing it. How was Justice given 4 PvTs? How was Justice given... How were there 4 PvP play... How were there 4 Protoss players in this group and I only cast like 2 PvPs? Wild. Now here's the thing. Wait a minute. Because our 2 other games with LandValueTaxMax is that they were PvPs. So we know what their strategy is. It was pretty consistent. We were seeing proxy 3 gates. But what does our proxy 3-gate player do? Oh shit. Against a Terran. So we've seen, like... Oh, actually, no, this is perfect. Justice's 4th game. Justice's... this is their chance to go 2-2 against Protoss, against their sworn enemy, right? They're going to even it up. LandValueTaxMax. This is, I think, their 3rd game we've casted. Proxy DT. Oh, proxy robo. Such a would be so fun. I want to see it. Such an evil idea. So we do see the assimilator coming. We do see a zealot coming out. It is going to be a last scout for our cheesy Protoss. So it is going to be interesting to see what the build do. Meanwhile, Justice has been playing pretty well doing standard builds, and we're gonna see that they're gonna leverage the fact that Justice has an insanely good macro. So I would just I'm expecting to continuously see these more macro oriented builds, and as the Zealot is making its way across the map here, it is going to be just a little bit too late to actually put significant pressure on this Terran. The factory is probably going to be finishing, excellent, smooth there by the SCV, getting away from the Zealot. And as the Vulture is going to start coming out, the Zealot just won't be able to do anything. We're actually going to see a 5th SCV, 5th Marine, actually, begin production. So the question on everybody's mind is Justice going to be going for a similar type of campaign? Amazingly good movement with the SCVs there, making sure the Zealots get body blocked, Marine alive off of one hit, only one probe remaining, and as land value is now going to be expanding and trying to get this Dragoon out. I mean, well, I suppose we're gonna have to see. I mean, the window for a similar timing attack is still open, because what it's gonna be is that we're gonna see the siege tank and the spider mine research begin at about the same time, so that this group is gonna move out with the siege tank, so that the Vulture has spider mines to try and break the natural here. Now, land value doing a great job. Wow, I think that was a probe kill on the SCV. Which one of you is the hero? Was it you? One of these probes is a hero. That one. That's our buddy, Probius. Anyways, yeah. With the siege tank now coming out, there's gonna be the push from Justice. However, Land Value has been doing a good job of keeping things on the map. So, we see where the different places they're scouting. So they seem to kind of be expecting that, and they also know that the Marine count was a little unusual. So, Dragoon and probes and zealots are kind of just making up the natural, although this guy is going to be looking for the Vulture hiding up here. Unfortunately, there's not a Vulture hiding. Very good pylon placement here is going to really kind of chokehold this attack in, so that if they're not careful, there's the Spire Mine. Land Value doing a great job backing up. Zealot getting on top of the Spire Mine, taking it out, and now it is going to be a matter of how are they going to clean this up. Now, the probes are going to be trying to fight the Spire Mines, but the important thing is that, oh geez, okay, the probes are going to fall. There's only one Dragoon left, and one Dragoon versus one Siege Tank is not going to be enough. There's the bunker coming up. The Dragoon's going to get attacked by the Spire Mine that was placed in the back there, and with no Dragoons to defend this natural, Land Value Tax sees the writing on the wall and says, oh shut, that says GG, and and that is the game. Justice does not just have the good macro. Justice also has the timing attacks down. Here's our score for anybody interested. And with that, Justice took revenge on the Protoss. Went 0-2, then 2-0. Oh, where's my little thing? With that is 1 point for Justice. Let's see what our final scores are here. I'm gonna just rearrange my .txt to see what's going on. We have the technology. Here are the results of the 6 games we had from Group 39 and the 4 games we did not are still up in the air. Again, if you are in that list and are like, hey, we're supposed to have till Sunday, I will be trying to keep an eye out on that list to make sure that if the games get added, I will be able to download them and watch them. And in fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. All 13, I'm going to check the Coach-Pupil League. I'm going to go to CPLBW.com. Its title is in the stream title. If you are signed up, then you are great and awesome, and you should stay signed up. If you somehow stumble upon this stream or video and you are not signed up for the Starcraft Remastered Coach-Pupil League, you should go to CPLBW.com and sign up using your Discord login. Join the Discord. It is great. It is the best way to play StarCraft. I literally do not try to play ladder. If you have not, are like, oh, Brood War, I remember playing Brood War. You will have a bad time playing ladder. If you are, want to get back into it or are, new entirely, that is also, oh god, there were extra games added. These weren't here before. Okay, so there are definitely new games in Group 24. Fuck. I have to cast more. I think Group 39. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still only have the 6 games, but that means... Where's my OBS? We're going back. Back to the past. Is this right? Yeah, this is right. Okay. Now we get to play the fun game of... Dada, you're going to leave this entire thing in. Nah, cut out. Listen. Can you give a quick we're back intro for Group 24? Yeah, no, 100%. Let me just see which games are actually in Group 24 that we're going to be casting here. Is Airn versus Zephyre now in? It doesn't look like it. Is Geforce versus Airn now in? Yes. Download. And then Airn versus Lyoko. And then, no. We have Geforce versus Airn. And we need Geforce versus Zephyre. There we go. All right. As one VOD instead of cutting into 2, maybe. Listen, Dada. You have full permission to cut or do whatever you want, because honestly, the more of my talking you cut out, the better the video probably will end up being. But this one's for you. We are coming back into Group 24. This just in. You can't replace. Listen, how will the AI make such amazing conversation as to whether Protoss have asses or not? Okay? You don't get this type of hot commentary off of... Also, I'm arguing with chat that the YouTube video won't see because I don't have chat on the CPL overlay. So let me get into the game and then I will argue with you, Dada. You master of video. We are coming back into Group 24. That's the number. We have 2 new games hot off the presses submitted between 9 a.m. this morning, my time, and whatever time it is my time this time. We're going to come with you. We're going to have Geforce Tesla versus Airn and Geforce Tesla versus Zephyre. 2 PVZs. I think. Uh-oh. Goddamn. Oh, I forgot to extract them. Shit. Geforce switch to T, right? TVZs. And Zephyre might be a Protoss as well. Fuck. Where's my Where's my replay folder? Extract here. Extract here. Alright, excellent. Geforce Tesla versus... Okay, we're going in. We're getting in there. Wait, shit. Okay, scene. Transition. Stream. There we go. We are in Group 24 once again. We have briefly had a stitch in time as we have discovered, hot off the presses, there were new handmade what? Oh shit! I'm trying to do a game intro, and as Dot is rightfully pointing out, there are no drones. This is the commentating casting. We are witnessing 4-pool. We are usually I'm so used to there being a small break in the beginning because players are playing standard, like they've learned the game and they want to play it well. They don't want to do the kind of shit. I feel like there's a level of builds that really there's a level of clownery that is only available to that I feel like casters are particularly prone to, because it's just funny. Look at it. It's a spawning pool. I'd be doing 4 pools if I were playing Zerg. It's great. So Airn has decided, you know what? He's a caster. He understands that sometimes you need to see the circus act. And with the Overlord scouting up, the drone scouting to the right, Geforce Tesla is going to be scouting to the right, meaning Geforce Tesla is not going to see the 4 pool. But if the Zerglings start running to the right, if Airn is depending on this Overlord seeing these green buildings, there's going to be a massive... See, this is the problem, is you say, oh, the Overlord's going to scout up here, but the Overlord's so slow. By the time the Zerglings... You won't know where the Terran is until the Zerglings have already scouted this base. You're checking for all the wrong places because your Overlord is too slow. And with that, Airn is going to have to completely reverse his attack. But here's the thing. Does Geforce Tesla know it's coming? He's building the second barracks. But there's only 1 Marine out on the map. I say 1 second before there's 1 Marine out on the map. And with 10 Zerglings? 6, 8, 10. What's going to happen? And what's going to happen is a complete total Zerg domination. Airn said, you know what? I'm sick of playing standard. I'm sick of seeing these pros play this video game incorrectly. Airn says, I want to see a game that is lore accurate to the early campaign and early story of Starcraft. And that's Zerglings just fucking killing things. The drone doing its part, spreading the acid on the command center, but SCVs, being the strongest worker, are going to try to fight back. There's a bit of a mineral walk messing up the Zerglings. He's getting a couple. The Marine is going to fight them. The Zerglings are going down, and remember, this is a full pool, 4 pool. Airn does not have an economy behind this, and so even though he's killed a bunch of SCVs, even though he's killed almost every Marine that's come out, Geforce still has 2 barracks and nearly quadruple the SCVs of his Zerg opponent. 4 pool, unfortunately, will 4 lose? Yeah, nailed it. Behind this, Airn has no option but to continually continually remax Zerglings. There is no economic out for Airn. All he can do is hope that the next round of Zerglings, with these weakened SCVs and limited Marine count, if he could just does enough, you know, and again, the bunker is coming down, so there is a timer. The SCV is going to fall. The Zerglings are going to try to get on top of the Marines, but 4 Marines, listen, they're getting to the point where you don't really have to micro as much, but you still do have to micro. The Zerglings are going to take out those Marines, but there is still SCVs and Marines. Geforce playing extremely intelligently, pulling the SCVs, but again, Geforce is going to need more minerals than Airn, and another SCV swipe, and Airn just kind of seems, listen, here's the problem, is when you get a player who knows 4-pool, you also get a player who knows what to do when the 4-pool doesn't work on the first round. And we're going to see that here as Airn is targeting down these weakened SCVs and fighting, and every wave of Zerglings that comes up, those SCVs that are buying Geforce the ability to fight them is getting weaker and weaker. And those SCVs now, many of them are 1 to 2 shots away from dying. The Marines can only dance or run so much, and the Marines keep getting sniped as they come out of the barracks. The SCVs are now getting dangerously low. They can essentially do nothing to fight these Zerglings. We're equal on SCVs and Zerglings, and I mean, that's pretty crazy. I'm going to have to eat some crow because the 4-pool won the match. And that's listen. That's why we do it. Oh, let me not get some Starcraft tips. Let me exit to our score screen. And with an APM of 422, Airn was individually mind controlling and controlling each individual Zergling during that. Pretty crazy stuff. All right, let's swoop. G4 Tesla says they were trying to find the bunker hotkey, which is a completely valid reason. They are new to playing Terran. So that is, you know, something that happens sometimes. Yeah, it is U by default. So that is a point on the board for Airn. And Airn's first point on the board. Our next match is going to be Geforce Tesla versus Zephyre in another Zerg versus Terran. Now we're going to start it, and we're going to see what these players are up to. Play that transition. Oh shit, wrong stream. Okay. Production magic. Whoop. Okay, in the top right we have Zephyre as the red Zerg. In the top left we have Geforce Tesla as the green Terran. They never listen. It's the third. It's the fourth season 9. Okay, listen. The transition is cool. I wanted to keep using it. It's awesome. Shit. Where are we at? What are we doing? Zephyre sending that Overlord to the left in perfect scouting position. But what about second breakfast? I have to go, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I can smell pizza in the oven, and that shit is gonna taste so good after this game. Unless Group 39 randomly gets a match submitted between now and the end of this game. How do you feel about the new patch to give scouts detection? It's about time. I'm gonna be honest. I think scouts should be 25 gas and 50 minerals cheaper. I think if Blizzard released a balance patch and that was the only change, I think that would be I think that's warranted is all I'm gonna say. Okay, they over-nerfed the scouts because people playing 8-player free-for-alls complained about scouts. Listen, they should be scouts. They should be able to do something. That's all I'm saying. Combine the scout speed and vision upgrade. Do something like that. Something crazy. All I'm saying, listen, if we decide that CPL matches should be played on UMS maps of the regular maps, where the only change is scouts are 50 minerals cheaper, I mean, look, you've got me. Anyways, what's happening here? Oh shit. What the fuck? Okay, well, that SCV lives to tell another tale, and it looks like the Zerg... Okay, interesting here. So... this is a... Okay. Well, you know, this is safe, right? And we're saying Geforce Tesla, new to Terran. So you're kind of, you know, in the moment, you know the Zerg is coming, but doing like low ground, doing the you know, high ground barracks, low ground supply depot bunkers can be pretty like, you know, it's like saying, oh hey, you're used to playing Zerg, here, learn how to do a Protoss Forge fast expand. It's like there's some complicated shit going on here. But Zephyre getting their second base up, getting their lair up, Geforce kind of, you know, brought back and kind of forced into sort of this defensive posture by this early Ling aggression. Getting their macro up, it is still 17 SCVs to 14 drones, so it is not like, you know, Zephyre is getting an amazing kind of advantage here. So a couple of the Zerglings do run back to clear out that badly damaged SCV. And I think Zephyre is kind of just saying, okay, hold on, if you're not trying to expand, you're going to try to do you're going to do a timing attack, a bust. And I'll be honest, it does look like that's what's about to happen. And so Zephyre says, I'm getting a sunken colony. But is that what's actually going to happen, or is Geforce Tesla just new to playing Terran? Something to think about. And as Zephyr's adding on that second sunken colony, they may be overreacting to a threat that doesn't exist. But they do still have to respect it, which is it's going to be the, you know, it is the kind of thing where it's like, it's book move, right? You have to at least, like, if they get that many Marines, you gotta build the sunken colonies or you just die. Even if the opponent is more just doing it for safety, to make sure they don't get Ling flooded. Because both players are kind of playing from a place of unsurety right now. Uncertainty, not unsurety. We know words that are English, of the English language. It is my one and only language. I gotta actually be good at it. Yeah. Expand center going up. Zephyre getting the third. So again, we're using, you know, benchmarks and cadence of the map are pretty similar. Zerglings are just going to kind of, you know, poke around, make sure the Marines, they're you know, playing safe, playing cautiously, make sure that they aren't running across the map. And now they're going to start running across the map, but we do have Mutalisks about halfway done. Looks like range is on the way for the Marines. But once those Mutalisks come out, that's going to be the start of Zephyr's kind of engagement with these Marines. The Zerglings are mostly just to keep an eye on the Marines, keep them taxed, make sure that Geforce is respecting the fact that Zerglings exist. But, and look at this, yeah, we can see add on 2 extra sunken colonies just to be safe. 4 sunken colonies is going to be near impossible for Terran to bust. At this point, they don't have any medics out. They do just have, well, they do, never mind, I lied. They do have medics out. There is enough sort of in the middle there. And the Mutalisks coming out are going to let Zephyre kind of start pecking at the Terran's, you know, army, the Terran's base, and force Geforce to play defensively or play, you know, condensed down, right? Because if Geforce is too aggressive, then that gives the Mutas free reign over the base. We can see the engineering bay isn't even quite finished yet, so the Mutas are going to have, there's only 2 of them out so far with a third on its way, but, that does mean that the missile turrets are going to be a little bit late, and the mutas might be able to get a couple of pickoffs on these SCVs here. There is going to be one going down there, and we're going to see that it's going to continue going on as the mining at this natural is going to turn off. And as the Marines retreat back to deflect the mutas retreat, run away, and then maybe try to find a different angle to attack the Terran from. With the engineering bay up, there are now going to go missile turrets being built at the natural and probably near the bunkers, or near the barracks at the main. Oh, there's nothing in here, right? There's nothing in there. I had a ZVT this week, but it was turn rate extra high. My goodness, that sounds insane. By the way, we do hear that the mutas, the medics, when they were moving to, when Geforce retreated their Marines to fend off the mutas, this is that thing where the Zerg's goal is to just kind of peck and run away and peck and run away. And so you peck, they retreat to defend the SCVs, you run away, the medics are open. So you go bap and you kill the medics. Geforce says I upgraded range instead of stim, and so that we are now understanding that that was not a, does not sound like, when phrased like that, does not sound like it was done intentionally so. But stim is now also completed, so we have fully functional Marines. The mutas are coming in, take out the missile turret on top of the barracks, and then dive out as the Marine army kind of retreats. And so we're going to see the mutas kind of do a swing arc and maybe come back around to this missile turret and mineral line and start poking at the SCVs here. So the question is, what are our players' follow-ups? So Geforce, Tesla, their goal right now is to basically just not die to mutas getting infinite value from just picking off, SCVs here and there and killing a missile turret and killing the main army, right? Geforce is just trying to maintain everything, make sure that, if things are dying, it's hopefully just missile turrets. And then eventually there's going to be a big enough, Marine medic ball that they can just run over to the other base. And even if there's 4 Sunkens, they can just plow through it. Zephyre, on the other hand, is, again, just building up those mutas. They're going to keep adding to the muta ball and trying to say, okay, eventually a muta is going to hit a critical mass where when they peck at something, it's just going to die instantly. And failing that, they're getting their 3rd base, and they're going to be probably teching up here into Hive Tech pretty soon. Mutas diving in the main, picking off, again, SCVs, just keeping that worker count as low as possible. And with this, potentially this starport denied, that's going to be huge for Zephyre, because one of Geforce's basically parity breaker for removing the mutas out of the game is going to be, okay, and this actually almost worse, that they leave it just barely alive, and we can check it is at exactly 29 HP, because now, it basically tricks Geforce into thinking, oh yeah, you should just keep building this starport instead of building one somewhere else, right? And it's already going to be damaged, and the time loss on getting the SCV over to that starport is going to be pretty big. But again, now, Geforce's parity breaker is getting a science vessel to nuke mutalisks, right? That's the signal that Zephyre has to go stop making just mutas. And Zephyre says, well, hold on, that's a pretty wounded starport. I mean, you can come in, 500 HP is not a lot, right? And so if Zephyre does decide to try and maybe commit to that and completely shut down science vessel production, that is going to let Zephyre stay on the muta phase of Zerg a lot longer. Meanwhile, we see another hatchery, a 4th, being built in the bottom right corner. Geforce is going to be aware of it, which means it's going to be a prime target for them once they actually do break out of their base. Or they're just going to say go now. And let's see, where are we following? Zerglings moving down. Oh my god, what's going on here? We have a barracks under the proxy racks at the Zerg 4th. Pretty impressive. Which, again, one of the ways to kill a base is to just have 8 Marines pop out of vision. But it looks like Geforce's army is going to move down to try to reinforce this and kill this. But unfortunately, it looks like it got caught on a move command and completely slaughtered by Zephyr's Zerglings and Mutalisks. And with the Marine count completely reset, Zephyre now has a pretty, feeling pretty good. the benchmark for Terran versus Zerg is that Terran needs to have more supply than Zerg, that Zerg units are going to be more efficient than Terran units. And so, you know, if Zerg is 20 supply ahead of Terran, their parity on workers is the same. Like, it's not going to be looking good for our Terran player here. However, we do have science vessels somewhere. Maybe this is the first one spawning right here. The science vessel is reporting. Irradiate has been researched, which means that, you know, it's a big spell. A lot of Zephyr's army and supply is being wrapped up in this mutaclump here. So if, you know, 1 or 2 bad irradiates and all of a sudden these mutas are gone for good. However, those mutas kind of needed to have been gone for good a little bit earlier because Zephyr's already in hive tech getting defilers and getting the adrenal glands for the Zerglings, which means that we're going to be looking at some defiler. Oh, come on. Oh, y'all. Okay, so there's the big, but a very nice split from Zephyr. Zephyr's not getting caught unaware by this. He is going to lose at least 1 Mutalisk from it, but does do a lot of damage to the others, and now that Mutaclump is basically in shreds. But, like we were saying earlier, Zephyr behind this has not been relying solely on Mutas. They're getting up in the hive tech, they're getting those defilers, they're getting those upgraded Zerglings. And Geforce Tesla is going to have to find a way to, again, just kind of work around them and bust through it. Now, Zerglings are not great against Marines. You know, once you get the Marines with the upgrades, without defilers protecting them, every encounter kind of looks like that. But usually you tend to assume a Terran is going to have a much larger Marine force at this time. Now he's going to be able to pick off 2 Mutalisks there. Now I think the Mutas, we are now in the point where we don't really care about the Mutas anymore. Zephyr does, he's building 4 more. But we have defilers out. We have upgraded Zerglings. 1-1 with attack speed, normal speed, and an extra armor and an extra attack on the way. Whereas our Terran player also on 1-1. So our upgrades are pretty close. But the Zerglings, my gosh, and this is where the proxy barracks finally comes to shine. Now, Geforce Tesla is actually doing a little bit of a sneaky play here. So unfortunately, with only 4 Marines, he's not going to be able to clear this base because of the response time of the mutas. So this is what you wanted to, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8. But Geforce Tesla is still staying on the aggressive. Says if your mutas are defending you there, they're not defending you at the main. And he's going to take these engagements up here, and he's going to clean out a lot of these mutas, catching them outside of their main pack. Now there are going to be more mutas spawning, but Geforce Tesla will take whatever they can get at this point. That 4th base is still offline. Like, realistically, this has been a 3 base versus 2 base game this entire time. There's not been much happening in terms of that 4th base actually. Now, huge irradiates going down, forcing muta splits. And the mutas will split, so the main bulk of the army is saved, but that's a lot of half-health mutas, and that Marine army is going to cleanly take out this hatchery. It does not matter how many Zerglings on a ramp there is no Nidus Canal for this base to get continuously reinforced. There is no Lurker on high ground, and the worst thing that can happen for Geforce in this attack is losing all of the science vessels, which is really bad, actually. But the 4th has been canceled. Now, that base was not as critical as having the 3rd base for the gas was for Zephyr. And really, kind of at a point, yeah, Dot in chat, yeah, we're at a point where it's like the number of bases doesn't necessarily matter because income is not the limiting factor for our players' armies at this point. Huge plague on the Marines that's going to drain these medics of energy and make the mutas able to contend with them a lot more effectively. But yeah, we are seeing the 3rd for Geforce finally start to land, and this is the point where it's like, okay, but this main army from Geforce is going to be completely shredded by these Zerglings. Oh, another great irradiate comes down. Dark Swarm comes across on the Marines. A couple Marines come to reinforce. That irradiate is actually, it is not being split, so all those Mutalisks are going to die. And we see that Zephyr's supply count does now finally drop below G-Force's, who is getting their third base, which again, a Terran, even on bases with Zerg, is going to feel pretty good for the Terran. But again, the limiting factor for Zephyr at this point is not the number of bases. It is just getting macro and buying expensive units. They've been going full Mutiling and then with some Defilers formed in. Late game Zerg, you need a gas outlet. You need two of your high-tech units, right? You're either getting... Oh, but that third is getting denied by the Zerglings. Just cancel it, but it looks like it's going to be a kill instead. But yeah, Zerg late game, you don't want to just be on Mutalists. You don't want to just be on Zerglings. You want to get, like, Defilers, and that's your first high-cost gas unit, and then either Ultralisks or Lurkers. And again, Zerglings, whew, fully upgraded Zerglings, they pack a punch. But not as much as a Marine Ball. You can see the Defiler is just a little bit too slow to Dark Swarm on top of them, but the Zerglings are coming in, and it looks like one or two are going to get under the Dark Swarm. Massive amounts of Scourge coming in to clean out the Science Vessels. I mean, that was more than two. I'm fairly certain. But we are going to see, you know, wow, whew, great movement there by the Scourge taking out the Science Vessels. But, you know, Firebats, great unit, not great 1 versus 20 with the Zerglings. And we're seeing this sort of play over as like these small little pockets, these specialist units from GeForce Tesla. They think they're hot shit. They think that because they're the patches on their company marine suits say like special forces, that it means that they'll be able to take on the amount of Zerglings that they're being up against. But I mean, hey, it's not doing great. Here comes big plague on the Marines again. Huge damage on them. The Zerglings clearing out most of the plague Marines. The Marines are going to try to dive a little bit further, maybe try to dive onto. They're checking for the bases, right? They're looking to see where is that fourth base now going up. But I think we're at a point where I think Zephyr almost just doesn't even need the bases. They're floating a huge amount of a huge bank, and they are producing units as fast as they can. 17 Zerglings. 17 sets of Zerglings. So that is 17 larvae being put into these Zerglings, and Zephyr is just saying, you know what? If it ain't broke, I'm not going to fix it. These Zerglings are winning fights. They're taking trades, and I can do this all day, right? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases. You have 2. Let's do the math, right? Ultralisk Cavern. Zephyr finally says, you know what, I've done the math. Hearing this cast, they said, I've done the math. I'm building Ultralisks. And with that, we see that, you know, probably on the next production line where it's just like, instead of 17 Zergling pairs, it's 17 Ultralisks. What does GeForce do at that point, right? And so Zephyr has done a great job of basically just staying out on the map with these proactive Zerglings, these proactive Mutalisks, and ensuring that GeForce has been unable to actually get that expansion that they really need to sustain mid-game or late game. GeForce has done a good job of keeping Zephyr off of mining bases, but again, what does Zephyr care about mining bases? They have been taking extremely efficient trades, and I mean, yeah, like, just look at it, right? Ultralisk Caverns down, so naturally we're building 8 more. We're building 15 more pairs of Zerglings. I think Zephyr's U-key is broken, but hey, I think even with a broken U-key, they are going to find a way to win this game. Nidus Canal is now linking a lot of Zephyr's bases. They are now taking another base in the bottom left corner. And I believe, you know, GeForce Tesla is still getting some type of income. That number is ticking up. However, from where, I could not tell you. Radiate does come down on the Defiler in the midst of that Dark Swarm, but it does get consumed by the other. So now, I guess, again, we're just wondering, what is the the out here, right? We do have some Zerglings, right? Why not though? You're winning, might as well. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There definitely is, Zerglings are a fun unit, right? And Geforce is probably going to, float the command center down, see that these Marines are not even going to be able to defeat this many Zerglings because these Zerglings are fully upgraded. Speed, the whole shebang, and without being able to take that third, it's, I mean, right, like, it's an A move type of thing. Geforce, GG's out, recognizes they are going to be unable to get out of this one, and that is going to be it. So, GG's to our players, and that is going to be a win for Zephyre. Boop. So let us review the games one last time. Escalade, of course, is the hero of Group 24 with a 4-0 victory. Second is, I believe it looks like Lyoko is a 2-2. It looks like Airn is actually 2-1. Zephyre is also 2-1, and Lyoko is bringing up the end of the pack with the 1 win. Still very good games from all our players. Like you don't just reduce them down to the number at the end. It's the games that matter, and they were very good games. No, like I said, I'm going to keep checking to see if these game is hard. IL 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, that is it for the games currently submitted for Group 24. I will Airn versus Zephyre. If that game does get played, I'll probably append it onto some random cast somewhere, just so that we do complete the group, and then I will do another double check of Group 39 just to see if between earlier today and the end of the stream there has been anything. It looks like not. Still 6 games played, but we appreciate everything from our players. We appreciate the admins and the mods for running the CPL. Do I need to plug anything else? I kind of plugged everything earlier, but once again, if you've been playing in the CPL this week, we hope you continue to do so. If you stumble across this Twitch VOD or YouTube VOD or wherever the hell it ends up, please, where's my thing? There it is. If you stumble across the Twitch VOD, the YouTube VOD, or wherever the hell this ends up, go to CPLBW.com. Sign up for the Starcraft Coach-Pupil League. It is the best way to play Starcraft Remastered. Alright. Now I am going to end the stream. Hold on, I have a whole thing I do for this. Hold on, it's been 5 years since I streamed. Hold on, wait a minute. I used to do stuff. I used to have outros. Oh shit, hold on. Is stage casting? Wait, hold on. We're gonna raid staged. Where's that motherfucker? Is stage? Wait, he's not live yet. Fuck. Probably a little bit over an hour from now. That was 30 minutes ago. Oh, okay. That's fine. But listen, if you're watching this, if you are hearing my voice, in exactly 30 minutes, you're going to go to twitch.tv/stagedgames and watch even more StarCraft get cast by, like, literally... If you missed stage casting last night, you need to go watch it. He's quite good at the whole thing. I did figure out. Okay. He's quite good at casting. So again, in about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, go find stage games at twitch.tv. It's great. Go sign up for CPL if you haven't. Anything else I'm missing? Probably not. That's the stream.